me okay? I'm just running a few tests right now. Test, 1, 2, 3. Testing. This is AngelOfThyNight Radio. Am I getting any sound right now? For some reason, our sound system's not working right now. But if you can hear me, I can still run the show tonight and all that. Test. Okay, I'm gonna shut this off for a second. Okay, we're trying this again. Can everybody hear me? Please let me know if you can at least get sound on me right now. everybody hear me? Hey, fun boy, can you hear me? Okay, good. I'm doing some sound tests before I run the show right now, and they're going to take a few minutes. My sound system, my speakers or something had broke just now when I was trying to adjust them, and I do not have any music currently, and I'm still trying to play with it a little bit. I don't know. I honestly do not know what had happened. For some reason, live video has been like eating my browser, my Firefox. It's eating up memory like crazy, and I am not sure how to fix that. So right now I'm not going to have music for our breaks. Welcome to AngelOfThyNight Radio, and this is your host, Lord Rick. And we're live in Las Vegas, and I'm going to be giving you guys a show tonight. I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to play a couple more songs. Last time, a couple months ago, I hosted what I did a little bit of DJing, and I did one night DJing, one night stand-up comedy and radio and everything else. And, of course, tonight is going to be strictly stand-up comedy. We're going to discuss paranormal. We're actually going to have a lot of shit we're going to cover tonight. I'm just getting started. I'm trying to warm up here. It's been a couple months since I've done radio. For all those fans out there listening, bless you, man, because tonight's going to be a wild fucking night. I can promise you that. When have I ever lied on AngelOfThyNight Radio? But anyways, the next song that I'm going to be playing is by a pop. They did Old Fortuna. They did the remix. It's just I play a lot of techno. I play a lot of dark wave. I mean, I don't get into too much hard rock. I love hard rock, but we are a dark radio station, and we're sitting here. We're covering Ghost, but we're also covering some pretty filthy fucking humor. And when you combine the fucking two, it's psychotic. And that's what I'm here to bring you guys tonight, a little bit of psychoticness, if that is even a word. But I know you guys haven't heard from me in a while, and people are writing me and they're like, Lord Rick, when are we going to hear from you, man? When are you going to do a show? And I never realized, I always thought, hey, nobody really cares much for AngelOfThyNight Radio, but then when you don't do it for a couple months, people start to email you. They're like, why haven't you done a show? Where's the show? Even just DJing. I mean, I don't have that good of a sound system. In a few months, we'll be replacing it, and I can guarantee you we'll have a much better radio show than we do now. But, this is, like I said, this is a garage type of radio, man. We're working in our fucking garages. We're smoking some fucking herb, and we're out here, and we're hosting shows. Nobody pays us to do this. We just come out because we do it for our friends. We do it for the fans. And tonight, Lord Rick is doing it for you. Up pop Tigma Berserk, and it's such a weird name to say, especially if you're like stoned off your ass. You're like, God, I can't even pronounce this goddamn fucking shit. You know what I mean? But here we go, man. Old Fortuna. This is Lord Rick of AngelOfThyNight Radio.
I've tried my luck
You guys ready? We got 2 more songs till the countdown of Angel of Thy Night Radio. And this is your host, Lord Rick, and I want to welcome all the fans coming out tonight. I was doing a little studying since I've been away, and I came back on live video, and I found out that there's all kinds seems that we have gotten disconnected. Yeah, I just got booted, man. But anyways, as I was saying, we're doing the countdown. We got about 2 songs left till we get to Angel of Thy Night Radio. If it does disconnect, you know I'll be back. I'm going to be hosting about 4 to 5 hours of solid radio tonight. What we're going to be doing here is I'm going to count down 2 more songs, and then we're going to get on with the fucking show. And once I get on a tangent, that's it. Look out. I'm going to rip the airwaves. But anyways, it is token time. You are one song away from AngelOfThyNight Radio. And of course, I want to thank all you people for coming out there. I know a lot of you listen from the widgets. I mean, I met somebody off of Craigslist the other day. He said, you know, my sister listens to you right from your profile. And I was like, that's what I'm talking about. So with honor of Season 6 opening up, and we're going to get on with the fucking show. And of course, if I were you, just a little bit of words of advice for those that are listening. And what I'm about to do is some pretty interesting stunts. Don't try this at home. So we don't encourage. Things get very weird. Things will get weirder as the night goes on, because this season, actually this episode, but the rest of the season, Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the AngelOfThyNight radio show. We're back for season 6 with Genocide. I'll tell you why it's Genocide, because I'm going to triple roast. I'm going to do a triple roast tonight in the AngelOfThyNight radio show. You're going to laugh because I'm laughing at them. That's why you were going to laugh tonight. I'm not here to play nice anymore. Who says I have to play nice? I could play right on the fucking streets, man. But anyways, pop, pop, the champagne fucking goes. Life is good, and it's good to be back. And I hear about all this drama going on, and, you know, people will come over to the AngelOfThyNight radio show because there's no drama. It's just a Lord Rick sitting behind the helm giving you a dose of reality. And I'm giving you the Lord's medicine tonight. And you know, this is the one thing our show is about. It's about justice. And I hope that you people smoked as much herb as you could. I hope you did drugs. I hope you took shrooms and you're hallucinating. I hope that you smoked the fattest goddamn fucking blunt in the country. We use like 30 fucking joint pieces of paper and you pass that fucking 12-incher around. In our studio tonight, it is wide open. I can do anything I fucking want. Any fucking stunt. This could become like the goddamn fucking circus, man. You know, people have been stopping by and they hear the music and they're like, oh, Lord Rick DJing. It's like, sorry folks, I'm not giving you an episode of Nightfall.
I'm giving you an episode tonight that's going to be one of these rare, classic Lord Rick type of things going on. And when you don't hear from somebody a couple months, you want to hear what's going on. So, some people are going to get curious. Not a lot of people will listen tonight, but, when a few reruns, when it gets taped here on live video, people will go in and actually listen. And I'll get 50, 80 hits on that, And then, of course, if people save that or whatever, they can listen to Lord Rick for life. But about 2 months ago, maybe it was 2 months ago, I don't know, maybe 6 weeks ago, when was it? August 29th, was that when my last episode? I kind of disappeared. I didn't do no radio for a while. I was like, oh, this is it. We're probably done. I may not come back for season 6. I don't know what the fuck goes on day to day. One day I'm like, I'm not hosting the show anymore. Next day it's like, who am I fooling? I'm lying to myself. I love doing this show. I haven't forgotten my fans. I'm still here to give you guys one hell of a show. And I do my show really partied out, I sit here in my private studio. My private studio, we could have anybody over, but, you could do whatever you want. Do your fucking drugs. Smoke your fucking herb. And preach the presidency of 2012. Which people think I'm lying about. They're like, oh, but give it to the guy that's fucking homeless. That's what I say. If it's not another homeless man, give another homeless man my presidency. Because it's not about greed tonight. It's about having a good time. And I hear all this drama going on. I'm thinking everybody is arguing with everybody. Oh no, I fucking left. I come back and it's like, who's burying who, It's like, say what? Who died? What happened? Who spite who? Yeah, I get all kinds of weird letters. Like I had some fucking threat the other day. We're going to kill you, It's like, yeah, okay. Can't kill something that's already dead. And here tonight you're listening to your dark god of adult extreme radio. And this is your host, Lord Rick. And we're live here in Sin City. We're not going to be in Sin City much longer. We're actually going to be leaving, believe it or not. I'm just trying to wrap up a few things. And I go to court, And my ex, who I was married to many years, she says, he can have everything. She gave me both all community properties, so I'm thinking, well, this is good. At least when I go to California, A, I'll have a fucking bed. B, I'll have 6 fucking TVs. Video games? Oh yeah, there's video games. Clothes? Yes. I actually have some fucking clothes in my storage, Starting to look ghetto here, You get a hole in your fucking beanie, a hole in your fucking shirt, and pretty soon holes in your jeans. You start to scare people walking down the street. Ain't nobody gonna mess with Lord Rick when Lord Rick goes in the hood. You look to the left, you see a few niggas, Mexicanos to the right, and you're thinking, are these people gonna mess with me? And right when you walk down the center of both of them, they're like, peace, yo, bro. Yeah. Just wear the fucking beanie, man. Wear the beanie, put the hair in a fucking ponytail, and I am a well-respected man. It's like being in Colombia, It's like a fucking cigar fucking deal. Cocaina for cigar. A lot of crazy things goes on up in Cuba, Cuba, South America, you hear about the prisons and how the people are getting fucking ass raped. They're not even dropping the goddamn soap up in fucking Guam and shit. But anyways, tonight, I guess I'm going to share with you a little bit of bad luck in my life. And, instead of, me sitting here being sad, I'm actually happy. Because this is entertainment to my eyes. Everything we do is entertainment. My life is AngelOfThyNight radio. My life. It isn't just a show. It's the things that goes on in my life that you won't fucking believe. Police chases, getting choked by fucking women. Ended up in the wrong neighborhood getting chased with a baseball bat. A lot of bad things have happened. For example, I went to the grocery store the other day, Or get back from the store or whatever. Park the car. Come upstairs to my computer. Check my MySpace, There's a girl right now that told me she's a good student on her hands and knees. So I'm working with her, definitely. But anyways, I'm losing my train of thought because I was just, oh yeah, that's right. Now I got it. So anyways, I come upstairs, I check my MySpace, take my sunglasses off or whatever. Well, both my lenses fell out into my lap. A screw came fucking loose, and I was missing one of the nose pieces, alright? So now my glasses have no nose piece. And I put the lenses on the wrong side, so I was seeing blurry, and I was running in the walls. I was like, what the fuck's going on here? Did I do it right? Why do I have blurry vision? Am I just like imagining this? I thought it was hallucinated, man. Hallucinating, but I wasn't really hallucinating, you see. The glasses broke, if you take your lenses from a pair of glasses and you switch them, like both your eyes are different, watch how much that fucks you up. You don't need shrooms. You don't need weed. You don't need drugs. You switch those lenses, you are fucked up, alright? I bounced off walls. I was smiling. I was like, well, I better fix my eyes, you know? I was like standing by the stairs, wobbling left and right. I'm like, oh, fuck, you know, I'm grabbing the railing, I'm falling backwards and everything else. But you know what? I'm still alive, and I'm alive to tell you these stories here at AngelOfThyNight Radio. I feel it's like at least I'm not fucking telling you bedtime stories yet, you know? It's not like I'm getting all erotic and sexual here. But anyways, so my glasses fell apart, you know? And then I seen fucking yesterday with my kids, we seen Lost at Sea. It's on the Disney Channel. The Sweet Life. And, you know, they get lost, they end up on a fucking island and everything else, you know? I'm thinking, what the fuck would I do if I had my own island? Well, first thing that comes to mind is you want to grow pot, and a lot of it. Fill that island with beautiful pot leaves, baby. Pot plants of all different kinds. Blueberry, fucking chronic, train wreck, kush. I would grow fields of it. And then eventually I'd make a landing strip for airplanes. And I would make a lucrative business, you know, and eventually get a mansion going on your island. And, you know, right now, with the way things are nowadays, my friends, if you go on Craigslist for about $150, you could probably get one of those girls to fucking live with you. I had that happen to me. A couple of weeks ago, I talked to a Russian girl. Fell in love with my ad on Craigslist. She said, I'm married to a famous person. And I said, yeah? Because, yeah. She goes, a famous musician in the Las Vegas area. And they're married or living with the guy or whatever, you know. And she says, how about this? I cook for you. I love you. And she's like, I give it to you. She's like, so I said, do you drive? Are you going to come visit me? No. You pick me up. We escape. So yeah, everybody says Lord Rick is alone. He can never find anybody. This woman proposed to me, all right? We talked for 15 minutes on Yahoo, and she proposed to me. And I said, look, I gotta go. I gotta feed my kids. I come back online. She's mad. You won't talk to me. You don't love me anymore. You don't want me anymore. I don't want you. I don't even know who you are. Imagine that making the tabloids. Some famous fucking musician, like somebody of Metallica or some famous fucking band. And I'm gonna steal his fucking woman away? Imagine that making the fucking Inquirer and you see my face with the hat that says, fuck me, I'm fat. I wore that hat. The other day, my son says to me, Dad. I'm like, what out the window? It's like, Dad. I was like, okay, so I ran downstairs. All right, this is the truth. And so-and-so father want to meet you. I was like, okay. I wasn't ready to meet anybody. My pants were fucking half off. I fucking had the beanie on, man. He said, fuck me, I'm fat. And I went out to the garage, and there was a man, 400 fucking pounds, I kid you not, my friends, 400 pounds, and got up in my face skinhead. And he shook my hand, and he's like, you know, I'm so-and-so. I don't even remember his name, okay? But I shook his hand. We had a talk. I was fucking ripped at the time, you know. And he's like, is it okay with you if your son comes into my house to play with my son? I said, yeah. He goes, so he's not going to lie and just say, my dad said yes. I said, no, he always asked me first. Because, see, my sons are like me. We're like knights. This is like the Knights of fucking Templar, all right? The Knights of goddamn fucking Templar. People think I'm crazy. It's like, we're all kinds of different things going on all different kinds of times. But anyways, you're listening to Season 6, Genocide, and we're live in Las Vegas. You're listening to your host, Lord Rick. And, of course, we are at our old studios right now. I call this place the Blue Room where we're hosting. Yes, it is blue. Yes, I feel like I am in a goddamn fucking aquarium. I'm smoking and I'm flapping my arms and fucking swimming and who knows what else the fuck I'm doing. I can have a girl here at the studio. I could be banging her and fucking doing the show at the same time. Things get dirty. Things get filthy. But I also will cover some good paranormal tonight on one of the most famous topics that people love for me to discuss. They get a kick out of it. And you guys know there's a lot of stuff going on in my life. Well, I went to see a doctor the other day. It's a surgeon, a knee surgeon, and I walked in and he said, oh, the cortisone didn't take to you, huh? I see. He's Asian. I see, you know. He says, I surgeon, I do surgery. I said, okay, because I do surgery. Then I said, what's going to be done? And he told me the procedure like really fast. Oh, we're going to go into your kneecap, drill a couple holes, the blood's going to fill it, and then we're going to smooth it out and hope that your knee cures. He says, if I cannot cure your knee, then it will be an incurable situation. And so, in other words, if he cannot do anything, my knee will be damaged the rest of my entire life, which will be one of the hardest things to come back and to be able to do what I do. I free climb, I climb cliffs, I climb heights, mountains, and everything else. And I went to a psychologist just for the hell of it. Just went to him. So why do you do this? I said, I do not care if I die. So I care about the glory of it. And we're going to come back, and I have, I'll tell you what, there are mountains I want to climb, and as I was saying, I was sitting down with him and talking, and he says, how do you do these things? I said, well, easy. You smoke a little bit of bud, drink a little bit of beer, and fucking hike your ass off, man. Hike your ass off. You won't feel a thing. A cactus pricks you in the ankle, you will still keep going. Therefore, marijuana is medicinal. And I'm going to get a marijuana license. And we're going to discuss this on our radio show in the future. I'm not going to get it now, but I am going to get one very soon. Let's just put it that way. Okay? License to grow plants. I'll have a license to smoke it. You can smoke it within 25 feet and be like legal, man. We get Cheech and Chong it just about anywhere. It's like, let's go to Burger King. We'll Cheech and Chong it right along the fucking parking lot, So when the drive-thru opens, you fucking wave. And they're just smiling because they're like, oh yeah, you're going to have the goddamn fucking munchies. Like my ex-wife. I'll take 4 double cheeseburgers. 2 for me now, 2 for me in a couple hours. Yeah, that ex of mine, always a McDonald's lover. This is how you make up to this woman. You go into McDonald's, you say, give me a double cheeseburger with ketchup only. For 10 fucking years I did that. Every fucking day. It's like, goddamn, where's this woman putting the fucking cheeseburgers? She put it in her goddamn fucking crop? Or is she putting it in her ass? I told you tonight, this is going to be dark radio, and you're listening to Lord Rick. Life falling apart? Not exactly. Glasses falling apart? Yes. I have all these weird experiences. I've been meeting actually a lot of different people in the last few weeks. A lot of different people. I'm not saying sex buddies, but, when you go looking for housing and stuff, you start meeting the Addams fucking family and this family and that family, and you're like, God damn, which family's going to take me? People always mock out religion. You know, they mock out, I'm not trying to get all religious, but they mock out Christ. Going, you know, fucking door to door begging and shit like that and all this stuff. Well, that's what it's like for me, because here in Sin City, when people fuck the Lord, they fuck the Lord. Of course, thank God I didn't get fucked too much, but I was about to fuck back, you know what I'm saying? I had someone try to fucking jig me, man. Jig me for some money, rob me for some money. Wasn't cool. I'm sitting there thinking, sins of the Lord. I'm sitting there and I'm clicking my nails against the desk, painted black, and I'm thinking, what can I do? Because, you know, you stole my $100 to move in. I wasn't paying $100 to move in. I was paying $100 towards my utilities on the electric, because that's what he needed help with. Well, the guy, I'm moving my shit, you know, my shit's in there. He's got my money. He starts bullshitting me. You know, because his dog's just got, I mean, in Vegas it's illegal, and I guess, to have so many dogs, or your dog's out, or that, you know, if you don't have your dog fixed, they'll fine you $1,000. So like, oh, your dog's not spaded, and, you know, that's it. So he got fined and took off with the money and got his dogs out of impound, kept my money, my shit was at his house. And I sat there and clicked my nails. I said, I can blow up that house like you wouldn't fucking believe. I was like, I'll blow up the goddamn house. Nobody screws my boys over, all right? Because when there's justice, there's justice. So things got heated up. I didn't hear from him. He avoided me a couple days. He's intimidated, I guess, by me. You know, I tower over him and everything else. I'm like you know, he's like Filipino and Hispanic mix, you know, from like South America, and he comes from those type of streets. And it's like, no, I come from these type of streets. You stole my $100 and the way I play is I'm going to pay a visit to your house. It's going to be a one-on-one visit. I entered the house the other day. I walked right in. I got my shit out of there, you know. Then I sat there and I was like, where's my money? Where's my money? It's the principal. At this point, I don't need the $100. Thank you to some fortunate folks I've met the other day who are going to be actually accepting me into their family. I am going to be entered into a family I barely know. See, the thing is that I met them on Craigslist, okay, yesterday. And I went over there, and, you know, the guy opened the door, and he's like cool as hell, man. He's got like a goatee and stuff. And his girlfriend's kick-ass. She's 20 years old and Asian. And there was another woman, a single mother there, you know. And they were like, you are more than welcome to have a room here with us. And they told me that we will play Xbox, and they cannot wait to eat my cooking. And my new roommate does not have a car, so I will be taking her grocery shopping, because it's hard for them to walk the half mile to get groceries, which I can take the Subaru. We can all ride fucking in it like one big happy fucking family and go down to fucking Albertsons, all right? Who cares where we fucking go? They just are so happy because they don't have a car, and they actually would like the idea I have a car if they can go to the store or whatever. So it's like, yeah, you can do your shopping with me. And so I have made 3 new friends, and they're cool as hell, you know, college student level type of kids, but, you know, I hang with the college girls. I hang with the college boys. I am kind of like a frat boy here at AngelOfThyNight Radio. But things are crazy, man. Everybody's like, you're homeless, you're this, you're that. Yeah, I've been around, you know. And I've been watching. That's why I'm AngelOfThyNight. Because I sit above and I watch below. And I see everything that goes on in the world. And when we sit here and we talk about it on our radio program, or even if it's things that happen to me, you'll ask, why the hell did this fucking happen? But anyways, there's this guy. It's on Craigslist. And I've been doing an experiment with him, okay? Mr. Tambuk at blank.com. I won't give the end of the email address, but this person has been harassing me, and every time I was posting that on Craigslist, the person wrote me back, no barbecuing, no friends, and by the way, no 420. I never posted any 420 in the ad at all. I've had other ads posted that said 420, but I kept this one clean. I kept this one, like, hey, man, this is just a cool situation. A person writes me back, says no 420. It's like, I didn't mention that. So somebody on Craigslist knows me well, and this person apparently thinks they know me well. So they, like, write me and say, suck dick, and fuck you, and I trace them, and the idiot didn't block his IP address or proxy it, and now I know roughly where he lives near, and it's like, I'm going to pay you a visit, man. You're trying to put a guy and his kids out on the fucking streets. Because like I said, back in the old days, man, you go door to door and, you help one another. But I guess it's not like that anymore. And I had found out I was going to have a knee operation, so she's like, you know what, you going to need crutches? I said, yeah, I'm going to need crutches. Actually, no, I don't need crutches. Just give me the fucking knee operation. Watch me walk out of the hospital. You know why I walk out of the hospital? Because I'll be smoking the chronic, baby. I will be smoking the chronic. Vegas has a lot of chronic. And there's nothing better than being in Sin City and, you're cruising in your car and you're going across on the thruway with the mountains and they're cloudy and it's fucking it's gorgeous. And I've been, like, riding around in the Subaru the last couple days, man. I just been riding it, clicks, the brakes don't work no more. It's a scary situation, but, I drive it very cautiously, and I'm very good, and I stop, and I do not go as fast, thankfully. Although I did actually race someone the other day in the Subaru, and I don't know, I got that bitch up to 90 miles an hour. I got that bitch up to 90 miles an hour, despite that, like, my present roommate came and he says, the Subaru looks like it's leaking more than ever. He goes, I cleaned up the oil spot the other day. It was small. He goes, but tonight I cleaned up the oil spot where it was and looked. He goes, it's like triple. He goes, what's going on? I said, well, I haven't fed her any oil for like a month. So the Subaru spits out oil when it wants to spit out oil, and it spits out puddles. And so here's the thing, I'm going to be living in an apartment now. I go to apartment life. No more house life. I gave you guys the house life. I'm giving you apartment life. And now you're going to see what it's like to have Lord Rick living in an apartment. I'm going to have to sit here, take my microphone, and we're going to have to go over to someone's house to do the radio show. I can't do it where I'm living because, you see, like I said, one big happy fucking family. That's what we got going on. It's like all in the fucking family, So now my friend, my kids, they made a new friend, and it's great. It's a good living situation. I mean, the guy's got Left 4 Dead 2. That's coming out, the zombies, you fucking blow off their heads and shit like that. My son and my new roommate, they struck it off talking about fucking zombies. And the guy looks at me and he goes, you're in. Get your stuff, you're in. So yes, I have found a place with some very wonderful people, and so I can say there are good people in the world. And of course, but I was like, I do radio, and they're like, can I listen? I'm like, this is not a good idea. I mean, sitting there, can you imagine sitting there in the living room of a small apartment, sitting there, and you fucking got the windows open and you're yelling, cock, pussy, fucking tits. See, that's the problem. Angel of the Night radio is offensive. Of course, I'll sit here, I'll give you later on an hour of paranormal. You guys will be shocked. You guys will be like, God, this guy is like the best cryptozoologist in the whole world. But the Paranormal Ghost Society is well alive, and the investigations will be coming back. I am trying to get a hold of a couple people who've investigated with me out here in Vegas and see if they want to continue on. It's really cooling down at night. The wind's been howling. They had an 85-mile-an-hour storm up in Red Rock Canyon, which is on the west side of Las Vegas. Almost hurricane winds. And, it's just, the desert is an amazing place. And we've traversed through the desert, and I had taps to see the advertisement for taps, And I thought, come on, man. The places they go, it must be nice to, like, go in a place and say, hey, I got my camera crew, I got my friends with me, I got the whole Taps fucking crew with me, and we're going to back it up. We ain't scared of you. We're here to bust you. My story's a little bit different, okay? I go in these places by myself in the dark, and I take the flashlight and I flick it on my face and look around in fucking rooms. If you're fucking hiding in some fucking closet, wouldn't you be scared of someone flicking the lights on their face, walking down a hall? Sometimes the pipe sticks out of my mouth when I do it. There is no asylum I'm scared of. No asylum. So I'll tell you what. I will make a deal for the $1 Million Challenge. You put me in the worst asylum in America or the world by myself, and I have to survive one night in that place by myself. You give me the $1 million if I survive the night. And of course, you know I will survive the night. But there are many cases of people not surviving nights in places like that because they get pushed or they end up having heart attacks. I don't know, man. Can you imagine? You walk in an asylum and you turn down the hall and you see a fucking figure just standing there. And that's the type of shit I seen back in my old days. And now I look and I'm like, this is the new age of the paranormal ghost society. We've gone from different areas, from northern haunts to southern haunts to fucking, western haunts. And we're just getting used, I should say I'm just getting used to the Wild West. I did the whole desert thing. That's why I haven't gone out. I've climbed rocks. I've gotten scrapes, cactuses stabbing through me. Almost fell to my death down mines, fell off ledges, Just, I had the whole experience. It's like I'm the guy that could take you out in the desert. We could do some wild, crazy adventures. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I might have a six-pack with me. When we're like off-roading and shit, I might fucking smoke a joint. But I can guarantee you will come out alive because I will be the one to risk my life first. And people wanted to know, why do you risk your life? I risk my life for you fans listening to Angel of Thy Night radio so I can tell you guys about it. But anyways, I don't know if I should go back to Good Springs. They say to confront your demons, and sometimes it is true that you get involved with a deep paranormal investigation. You go in a place and you find that you take that with you, that whatever's there goes with you. And that's what happened to me. And not so much me, It almost seems like anything that comes near me, or anybody who comes near me gets scared off. We carry so many energies and so many different things. But there's a place called Good Springs. And Good Springs, there was alien activity up there. I've seen it with my eyes. And that was before getting stoned. And even after getting stoned, there was something very wrong in that area. And since then, I have not done nothing. I have not really done anything since that investigation. It was, like I said, it was one of the hardest investigations ever to do. How would you act if you went into a mine and your party got attacked? How would you react? That's pretty much what happened. I took a party in a place and they got attacked by an unknown entity. I mean, the guy's belt just came like undone, man, and her pants got yanked fucking down, and these are real things that go on. And I laughed at Taps, and I thought, you keep doing what you're doing. But I'll tell you what sells more is you sending me into the pitch black. What's even more spooky is when you can go in a place without any lights at all. A good urban explorer does not need light to explore. I do night urban exploration, and I wish I could get a lot of people together. People at one time like UER and the Aspire Road Wolf, people like him, some people hold grudges, and it's like, that's not cool, man, because there's no competition. Nobody gets paid to do what we do. We go out there for the fucking glory. If we're toast, we're ripped, at least we're dying fucking happy. And that's the freedom of being a true American. And of course, again, 2012, Lord Richard Rowe. And of course, I'm going to let you in on my life tonight. A little bit about my life, because like I said, we're here to do a triple roast. And we're also here because I gave justice to a few people on Craigslist. You're sitting there in Craigslist and people flag your ads, or the same people keep writing you, and you're like, okay. But if you pretend to be like a fucking female, just pretend to be a female, and then you just, write this person. They're like, hey, this is who I am, this is where I live. And then it's like, this is Lord Rick. Have a nice day. Justice in this country is just
There is no justice. This country, like I said, needs a savior. Justice is that people who lie like that, I should break them. Because you just don't do that to children. See, I have learned over the last decade of my life to love all children. And all children are very important to me. And there are people who are lying to my children, and I don't like you. I will fucking throw you. Actually, I will eat your soul and spit it out, and I will send you to the center of the fucking earth. I don't fucking play. But anyways, we're badass here at Angel of the Night Radio. Mr. Tambuck, if you can find his email address, just say hi to him. Let him know, he's one of the main flaggers and one of the harassers. And my ads were very important, because, see, I provide a service. What I do is I actually watch people's children, and I actually work with other children. That's great, man. And there ain't nobody that can knock that. And, of course, the Paranormal and Ghost Society will be full-time, and Angel of Night Radio should be back every 2 weeks. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my microphone. I know this sounds fine. I'm going to take my microphone, and we're going to host it at different fans' houses. So if you're a fan and you want the Angel of the Night Radio show in your house, Lord Rick will come to you, and we will host it live at your house. I will go in your place, man. We can drink beer. We can fucking smoke. I will plug in the mic. You'll get airtime. I'll get fucking airtime. All my fans will be goddamn fucking happy. But you know what? I announced this show last minute, and I do apologize. I wasn't sure if I was going to do a show because, to be honest with everybody, I got to say, I have been living it up lately. And I go, and it's little things. Like, I went to Walmart the other day, They call it baby Walmart, mini Walmart, whatever. They're just little side stops. You go in, they got food, And, of course, there's a girl at the register, and she's asking me about every one of my tattoos. She's smiling. She's checking me out when I turn, But she wasn't my type. She looked really hairy, like a circus freak, like hair, real black fucking hair on the goddamn arms. You're like, God damn, imagine the bush on that. My son says, go, Dad, go for it. She likes you, Dad. She likes you. Go for it. Take it. I walked out. I says, why didn't you ask her out? She digs you. I said, son, did you even see the fucking gorilla hair on her arms? Did you see it? And I'm saying it loud, and I'm throwing my hands up in the air, and people are fucking looking. Cashiers are looking. The fucking black lady and her kid, she's looking. It's like, get away from me, man. Big black mama coming on in. Yeah, there's just big black mamas scare me. Do they scare you? If they scare you, then you should be listening to the Angel of the Night Radio show. We're filthy. We're nasty. We're here to appall you. Anyways, there's so many different things going on in my life. I played realtor, okay, and I started to show hot girls the house. Because the place I was moving in had an old deposit, and they didn't want to switch the electric over, so we were trying to get it over, and I brought in a couple, and then I was bringing a female pet of mine that I play with to take one of the rooms, and then I had like 2 other single females separately who wanted to move in, but, there was this Filipina chick, and she calls me on Craigslist, and she sounded so fucking sweet and fine. I'm like, God damn, I'm going to lick you. And she says to me, I am just looking for a place for my mother. She is a young 42 years old, okay? And she's giggling. I'm like, okay, bring her over. I'll show her house. I show the house, and the mother starts bickering. There's a 5,000 square foot mansion here in Vegas with a pool. And this woman's bitching. 6 bedrooms, den, living room, pantry, the fucking pool, which I was going to fix and get it up and run it in a week. And the daughter was like, take it. And the daughter was jumping up and down, clapping her hands, little Filipino girl. And my son's like, Dad, she's cute. Ask her out. It's like, yeah, if you can get past her fucking mother. The mother was like checking everything out. I had the biggest room in the house. I had a master bedroom with a den and a giant oval tub and everything else. But this guy like fucked me over. He says, you can live here, but now we're not going to turn on the lights. And
I had all these people, that were going in and paying like $300, just throwing in $300, $300. We all could live there, It's a foreclosed home. So anyways, I moved my stuff in, moved my stuff out. And then I seen him tonight during the Angel of the Night radio show. That's why I had the music going, because he was here and he was paying me back my money. Because I told my son, I said, if I don't get that money back, I'm going to hop on that nice $800 bicycle and I'm going to leave my Subaru. Now get this, I'm going to leave my Subaru and I'm going to ride the bicycle. The bicycle is more reliable than a fucking Subaru, all right? What's that got to say? It's like throw my car out. But actually, we are getting rid of the Subaru in a couple months. I will not take it in the desert off-roading. And plus, minus the dents that are underneath from me, like flying off the hill like the Dukes of fucking Hazzard. But anyways, I have found out that the new place where I am living, you must stick signs up. And those signs must say, I am going to kill you. Because, see, the guy that is living there, he's trying to sell a motorcycle, and you guys can have the motorcycle for $1,200, $1,500. If you want to take a look at it, give me a holler, man, because it's an awesome fucking bike. He's got an awesome motorcycle, but they keep taking the for sale sign, so he put up a sign that said, if you touch this sign, I will shoot you. So I got a sign in my Subaru that says, I know it's tempting, but I'm going to bury you in the desert if I catch you. I think that's enough to people not to snoop in the Subaru, because people go in my car, they sit there and they sift through my glove box. The glove box won't close. It's like, man, I don't know what's in that glove box. I think there's like some driver's fucking manual or the Holy Bible or something. It's like fuck. So that's what's keeping it together, all right? But anyways, I was trying to say in the beginning of the show, life is good, And there's just so much controversy. I realize that there's all this going on when I come back, all this drama. And I want to say that this show is neutral. We're all here to have a good time tonight. And when I was apartment searching, I had two women contact me, and the two women were lesbians. And they said, we would like to give you the basement to our house. They have half basements here in Las Vegas. So I was like, okay, man, I'll take the basement. And they're like, okay, but they won't show me the house. They're like, we're going to meet at the park, a neutral place. So I'm sitting at the park like I'm a goddamn fucking drug dealer. I got the fucking beanie on, fuck me, I'm fat, and I'm sitting there, and like I said, they just didn't show, and then I seen two guys walk by, two fat guys, or two short-haired individuals, and they were both about 300 pounds apiece, and I sent my boy in. I said, boy, take one for the team. Go past the fucking, there's this little dog area where you can walk small dogs, let them loose and everything else, and man, I had, looked over and there was two, my son goes past, he says, Dad, he goes, I can't tell if those are real boobs or just man boobs of two men playing with their dog. He goes, but there's a couple kids that fit the age that we're looking for. All of a sudden, these women's calves, these were women, their calves were fucking huge. They had calves bigger than me. They were like 300 fucking pounds. And they sent the kids away. I said, let's do business. And I was like, okay, we had a nice conversation. We sat there, we talked, we got along. And they said, hey, we know you smoke weed. There won't be no smoking in the house, but the medicinal weed is fine. She showed me the shed because they had me follow her to the house. And she hinted that I can smoke my weed in the shed. So they were cool. But after 2 hours of hanging out, they said to me, I'm a Jehovah Witness, and I am scared of your tattoos. I said, okay, and we got to discuss this as a family. Her, me, and the two kids. I said, that's fine, so I respect that, And it was all this lovable stuff. Bless you, blah, blah, blah. It's like, we'll call, we care, We were homeless in a vacant house with no windows for a year, and it's like, okay. So they were going to rent to me the basement, which, carpeted. It's all right down there. Forget about internet, It's like, goddamn. It's like I would feel like I'd be hosting the show in a bomb shelter. So that way when the fucking nukes from Russia or something hit Las Vegas, at least I'll be in a built-in fucking bomb shelter, you know? It's like, oh, everybody else got crispy in Vegas but me. I was underground. But unfortunately, they never contacted me back. I actually scared these lesbians away. And, you know, they were very big women. I mean, if you weighed them both together, it was well over, I'm sure, well over 600 pounds, you know. Couple big women, very, very short hair, almost buzz cuts apiece. Their hats were on backwards. Their calves were bigger than mine, and they just had big, Stay Puft Marshmallow Ghostbusters type of face. Just big and puffy, man. Just real puffy fucking faces. Like cheeks popping out, and here they are. They're fucking bringing out goodies like mad, gummy worms, this, that. And they said, here's the problem. We don't want you to stand in the way when we make our dinner. So they didn't want nothing to stand in the way. But when I said, what do you want? They said, we want food. We want $100 in food every month. They said I could move in for $100 worth of food. And I'm like, you care about the food, man? What the fuck? And anyways, you know, it's just all these weird people that you fucking meet. But, you know, this girl, she's like a Jehovah Witness, right? Well, she works for an adult store. She sells big black cock dildos, black towers, the fucking sex swing. She sells it all. That's where the fucking people blow and fucking go, all right? On your knees behind the fucking sex store, you know? Chick on her fucking knee. Well, it better be a fucking chick on her knees, but I don't know. I don't go to those stores. I don't want to buy no pussy soap or anything like that, please. But that's what she sells, pussy soap. So, you know, these lesbians are preaching, they're scared of my tattoos. It's like, I'm scared of you, man. In the middle of the fucking night, you might get me with the fucking tower of goddamn fucking power and shove it up where it don't goddamn belong. I don't want to sleep in the basement. There's goddamn spiders, alright? Not really, but they never contacted us. Me and my sons, we actually scared them away. My son skateboarded with their kids and played football at the park and, of course, played video games at the house. So, you know, everybody was clicking very well, and the good Lord scared them with the tattoos. And they gave me a whole house tour, you know, bedrooms, fucking everything. Like, this is the bathroom you'll be sharing. This is the bathroom you'll be using. We like to have community events where we watch movies all together. So, I mean, can you imagine? I'm sitting on the couch. I got one lesbian on each fucking side. Not good. Not good. I said I like lesbians, but I should rechange that to I like lipstick fucking lesbians, okay? No butch fucking ass lesbos, no reconverted lesbos of any kind. We want lipstick ones, okay? We want the hot girls here on AngelOfThyNight Radio who, you know, want to fucking bear it on our show any fucking time. I am so fucking, you know, I'm going to tell you guys something. All right, I met a girl. We'll get to this because this is more funny. Craigslist mom, all right? She's older. She's really older woman. And I've talked to her multiple times. And every time I talk to her, she forgets who I am. She, like, forgets my name and shit, okay? Even if I send her pictures, she never recognizes me again. Well, it was about 2 in the morning, and she came to my fucking house. And, you know, she pulls up in a fucking truck, and I look out the peephole. She's in high heels, a fucking skirt, but she's an older mama, you know what I'm saying? Older. And she's walking in her fucking heels. She's knocking on the fucking door, and I'm looking through the peephole. I'm like, I'm in for a treat, you know. And she's a chunky older woman, but, you know, this woman tells me she fucking does it to herself 5 times a day and everything else. So, you know, within like 10 minutes, I pull open her fucking bra, or I couldn't get her fucking bra off. I said, what do you got, I said, these are not double Ds. I said, these are like fucking, they were the size of fucking watermelon. She goes, no, these are double Ds. There is no way those things was double Ds, man. I got attacked by some fucking G's or Z's or something of the fucking sorts. I don't fucking know, but I got attacked with this fucking woman. This woman, like, attacked me, man, and I was attacked, and then I was, like, thinking, well, you can't rape the fucking woman. And so she says, okay, I want to do a little something for you. You lie down. Okay, well, she got really fucking carried away, and she turned my fucking cock black and fucking blue. She sucked so fucking hard, I was like, no fucking more. This fucking girl was like a crazy woman I met off Craigslist, man. She almost bit the fucking hot dog like right fucking off. Jesus fucking Christ. But anyways, that was my experience a couple days ago, and I find out, I'm like, what do you do for a profession, you know? She goes, I work for an ambulance. I drive the ambulance in Las Vegas. So I'm thinking to myself, great, this woman drives the goddamn fucking meat wagon around, and you know, this woman's got like black eyeshadow. She looks like she's a pretty dark, morbid woman, and she has like these wicked fantasies of being like tied up in chairs and shit. This woman was a fucking freak, you know? But then we're in the middle of having sex, right? And she says to me, I want to tell you an experience that I had a while ago. She goes, I was driving an ambulance, we got a call. I was like, okay, you got a call. I found out that a guy was horny and stuck his dick in a shampoo bottle. Well, it got stuck. His cock got stuck in the shampoo bottle. He couldn't get it off, and he was trying lube and everything else. So what he did is he cut the shampoo bottle around. And the ambulance driver, which I was fucking, the girl's telling me the story, you know, she goes, well, let me check it out, you know, because the guy called 911. He's like, I can't get it off. So they had to inspect it, and it was like a funnel, you know, like the funnels you put on the dog, only he had like a dick fucking funnel, you know. And so they checked it out, and it was black and blue, and I guess they had to cut his fucking pecker off, man. So she goes, I hate to break the news to you, but you're going to lose your pecker. Yeah. I'm thinking, this woman's fucking crazy, man. I mean, just, you know, it's like, here, inspect my pecker, you know. It's like, but the guy, she thought it happened an hour ago, and the guy says, she goes, when did this happen? And he's like, 3 days ago. So, yeah, that's what happened. So this girl's telling me these morbid horror stories, like about the crane. A crane hits a guy in the head, and the crane is cracked all the way down to his brain, and he was bleeding from the roof of his mouth. So she told me she couldn't save him, and the construction guys were like, do CPR. They were like, she was scared they were going to throw her off because they didn't do nothing to resuscitate the person. She explained that if she pumped air into him, it'd go right out the head because he got split with the crane all the way through. Vegas construction sites, they can be very deadly, they can be very dangerous. People do die. And in the hotels and those casinos, that is why they are haunted. Bada bing, bada boom, you are speaking to parapsychologist Lord Rick and listening to the Angel of the Night radio show. And we are live here in Las Vegas, and I'm telling you stories about Craigslist mamas. And you know, I took this girl to a vacant house, okay? I had a mattress on the floor, and we went upstairs, and we did it on the fucking mattress. I just threw it fucking down. I said, I'm sorry the house is vacant. I don't mean to scare you or anything like that. And she says to me, I am a full black belt. I teach fucking karate. So this girl's like, or martial arts. Martial arts, that's the word, you know. She didn't tell me what type, because there's many types. She goes, but I am like a so-and-so belt. And she's like, I can take on all these men, you know. And right now, we're going to put a little something out there, because we see here at the radio show, we're here to do business. And somebody's going out there on, I think, Adult Friend Finder, and they're telling chicks to meet in the parking lot, and when the women get there, there's another guy there, and they try to kidnap the girl. So far, it's happened to 2 women, and both women have gotten away. This is behavior of serial killers. Serial killers do these things, so it isn't very good. So you women on Craigslist do need to be careful when you go to vacant places like parking lots and things. And of course, you know, it's kind of funny because some of these women will come to me, you know, even if the house is vacant that I'm in with a mattress, you know, people feel comfortable in my presence. But how would you feel if you're like having passionate fucking sex and you're getting told stories of death, people falling and dying and fucking allergic reactions and having to cut the throat open and everything else? But she's just like, this girl was like fucking crazy. Started talking about sex fucking clubs and everything else. And I just couldn't fucking believe it. Just tell me about some guy's penis fucking turning purple. I'm like, coming. She goes, and his penis turned purple. Just real calmly. It's like, so it didn't go over too good. And we tried to make this like an hour thing, and then she's like, well, she goes, you're relaxed, so it's time for me to go home. She goes, but I'm up for this like every day. I'm like, God damn, that'll be the day I ever feed you anything again. Bit the fucker almost off. So anyways, that's where I am right now. Poor as shit. Robbed. Screwed. Blued. Almost fucking tattooed. And almost had my pecker bitten off. But anyways, I met lesbians. I met older women. I even met a married woman. Okay, there's this married woman. I started talking to her. We talked for a couple days. Lost my internet. My computer broke down. I got zapped. I was playing with wires. The wires struck me like lightning and everything else. My computer broke. So I put together a new computer system for now. It's not new, but I put together a different computer system that we're using. But anyways, it's just crazy shit like that that's been going on, But we got in contact, and I started talking to this married girl. And she's like, my fantasy's a younger guy, and you're a younger guy. And I said, I know. I said, I don't mind an older woman, She goes, I might be a little rusty, all right? I might be a little rusty. So she picks me up. I drive her down this road over at the mountain the peaks where I climbed, where I almost died, and the helicopter picked me up and my leg was hanging over. We went all the way fucking over on the mountain road, and she was scared and turned around. I was like, I got to go in a lit area. So I took her to a school, and she goes, what do you want to do to me? I said, we're not here just to do nothing. I was like, we're here to, I'm like, we're here to play. We're here to play. And there's kids, there's teenagers in the parking lot, woo, shouting fucking shit at me, and I'm chasing the fucking car. I'm like, fuck you. Come on out, I'll beat all you punks up, all you punks. And want to fucking come out, I want to drive away from the good Lord, yelling shit because I'm in the car making out, okay? The girl, I felt very bad for her, that's her fantasy, and her husband wants to watch her, but she wants this for herself. So we met, and this girl was rusty, my God. All of a sudden, she sits in the car, opens the door, spreads her legs, and sticks my hand down there. I couldn't find the goddamn fucking pussy, man. I could not find the fucking pussy. I got scared. I was like, where's the fucking pussy? Better not be no fucking dick down there fucking tied back. But no, it wasn't no fucking dick. She just, was a heavy-set woman and cute, just more heavy-set. And we fucking go out down this dirt road. She didn't feel comfortable going up to the mountain because if you get to the end of the road, it's like a mile hike in the canyon and then up to the peaks. She didn't want to go there. She was scared. There was a car parked. I said, fine, I'll take you somewhere else. So I took her to this road where we heard coyotes. And I got caught with my pants down, okay? I bent her over the car. I bent her over the hood of her car. I yanked down my pants in the middle of fucking desert, and I started fucking banging the hell out of her. And a fucking pickup whips around the dirt road. My ass is fucking hanging out, and the goddamn car is fucking passing by. And here I am fucking like a goddamn rabbit, like a bat out of fucking hell, all right? And of course, I yanked him up real quick, and then the next time I came around, I just didn't give a fuck. I'm just like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And she's like, I'm not in the mood anymore. So she tries to blow me on the hood of her car. She goes, I really just want to blow you. That's all I really wanted to do tonight. So I was like, all right, well, so I sit on the hood, and this girl bites my fucking dick. Almost bites it fucking off, all right? So, folks, in the last 2 weeks, I have almost lost my pecker. And I have decided to do things differently now. Women are going to have to win me on the Angel of the Night radio show because, we move on with co-hosts. I was trying to get a hold of Angel. And you guys, some of you liked Angel, and her computer situation is fixed, and she will be back on our show. And she's a little more serious. But she swears, and she's got such a her mind is like mine, but she's a female version. You got to understand. And if you guys think I'm warped and dark and all these things, she's worse than I am. And she's going to be opening up a chapter in Georgia. And then she's going to be able to come on the show and tell you guys all kinds of weird shit that's happened to fucking her. See, so you guys could compare stories. Weird shit with Lord Rick, weird shit on, with Angel. But anyways, there's a lot of drama going on, and like our co-host and everything else, I guess she's not co-hosting for us anymore because I never hear from her. So bye-bye, Our Lady of Thy Night, and we're going to be moving on with some pretty cute female co-host. And of course, I got like a hint that this one female wants to co-host. I don't know who the fuck she is, but anyways, I'm sitting here, okay? Someone replies to my Craigslist ad. I just want a stoner girl. I want a 420 princess. Well, boy, did I meet a princess. And this princess, gives me her number, and she says, I got no weed, I got no this, I got no that, I'm bored. I got stood up by my lady friend, I got stood up by guys this week. I'm a model, nobody wants me. I'm a model, nobody needs me. And I said, all right, is that I come to your house? She gives me the address to her house. I sharpen up. I look good, man. I look good. It's like, I look like $1 million fucking dollars, like I'm ready to head back to the field of investigating the paranormal. And I went over and I pulled up at her front door at 60 or 70 miles an hour, and I stopped. And she was waiting for me on the stone. She gave me a big fucking hug, put her arm around me and everything else, showed me the shed, took me to the shed, and there was a brother in there. There was a brother in the shed, okay? So now, I was hanging with a brother. But I'm a ghost chaser, a demonologist, a cryptozoologist, a comedian, a daredevil, a father, and everything goddamn else, and your next goddamn fucking president. Let's get the petition out, all right? Let's get me on the fucking ballot. We got to prove a point, because see, all of you that support me are all part of it. Think I'm nuts? It doesn't matter. But anyways, this girl did matter at the time. But until I walked in the shed, I was hanging with the brother, and she goes, let's go get some wine. She takes me in the kitchen alone. She goes, you don't mind smoking my friend out. Like she expected me to have the pipe. We sat down, and she said, I guess I should tell you who I really am. Who you really are, okay? I'm like, this is a fucking agent, isn't it? This is like an agent from the FBI or somebody investigating me. She goes, my sister is an avid fan of your radio show here in Las Vegas or whatever. Her sister's in Wisconsin, or I don't know. They're in the mid-fucking West, okay? These are Midwestern girls, and we drank a bottle of wine, and of course I smoked them out. We smoked, and I sat there after I smoked with a brother and a white girl with she was like 110 pounds, flat belly, her panties were up to her ass, her fucking shorts, her ass cheeks were sticking out. It's like I don't fucking know what's going on here. But this situation looks like he's the pimp and she's selling her ass for a little bit of green. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm stupid, maybe I'm not getting it, I don't know. But he said after a while, he goes, you guys are fine, do what you're going to do. And then he, maybe on purpose, left something, and she goes, I got to go bring this to his room. And she comes back and says, let's go to your place. I sit her down. She starts jumping on MySpace, checking her MySpace, checking her email. And she goes, we smoking more or what? And I was like, excuse me? I said, no. I said, let me fix you a mixed drink. So I took orange juice and I put vodka in there and I gave her a triple shot, and she sleeping next to me, your ass cheeks are hanging out, and you purposely keep pulling it up and smiling and showing me. You are fucking teasing me. So all night long, I touched her and touched her and touched her, and in the morning she had enough, and she said, I'm going home. Take me home now. you know? I sat there after I got high, and I sat there and I started telling stories to them about Kenzua Dam and Sasquatch and Bigfoot and all these strange things. And it was kind of really weird because I think I was scaring the guy in there and I was scaring her with demonic activity and things that I've seen. It's like when you enter my world can be a very scary place unless you know what you're doing and how to deal with it. And I want to announce that the Paranormal Ghost Society is revitalized and I am coming back. Okay, I am the Paranormal and Ghost Society. People think I'm done. I am far from done. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to work away the next couple months. I'm going to do some investigations. I'm going to, we're going to party, man. That's what we're going to do. We're going to try to go to some ghost towns. There's a place called Cathedral Canyon. It is haunted. It is dangerous. There are things that are seen up there. There are mountain lions that can eat people. I will go. Honestly, it's so hard for me to walk on my right leg. I was told about yesterday that it looks like I limp, like a fucking sea captain. So now it's like Flapjack. I'm like Captain fucking Knuckles, you know? Which quote, by the way, is one of the weirdest fucking cartoons I've ever seen in my life. And I'm thinking, this is like Flapjack. Flapjack's like my kid, you know? Got Flapjack, and it's just a sadistic cartoon. It's like the bartender, he's married to like a candy fucking dummy and shit. He's like hugging on her, and they stole them in the car. It's like, that's my wife. It's a sadistic fucking show. And I'm thinking, his goddamn nose looks like a fucking pecker, and they got Captain Knuckles, and these kids are fucking watching it, man. Crazy. I love that fucking show. I commend it. My kids and I, we're gonna watch Captain fucking Knuckles and everything else. And it's just, to sit there and watch a cartoon, if you can get like Family Guy, man, so much adult humor. It was like the other day I seen I was watching, it was like fights in glass, and they were talking about the violence in Family Guy. Say it's a very violent cartoon, and I'm just like, man, that is one of my favorite cartoons to watch. So, that and fucking Flapjack, just the adult humor is endless, and that's kind of the way I think too, But anyways, folks, you're listening to Angel of the Night Radio. And of course, we got much more to come. I've just begun. I've been partying tonight. I hope you've been partying. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cut off with a break, and I will be back in a couple minutes. And, it's such an honor to be back and such an honor to have you guys out tonight. And I thought maybe I could play something, I don't know, you guys want something hard or whatever, I'll go ahead and play Black Rain by Funker Vote. See, in our library of songs, we have hundreds and hundreds of dark wave music. So when I DJ, I play most of our songs on Nightfall Radio, which I don't know when we'll do Nightfall. I'll talk about that when I come back, amongst what's going to happen for Angel of the Night Radio. But anyways, folks, we're live in Las Vegas. This is your host, Lord Rick, and I'm going to go ahead and go on break and get spruced up, man, and we're going to party for our next segment of the show. We're in Season 6. Our slow sound system working, of course. We'll be working on that. Yeah, you're listening to AngelOfThyNight radio. And of course, I really needed that break. You know, that's like the smoke break, the drink break, the get the goddamn fucking donuts break. You know, this is a studio, for God's sake. You gotta have the coffee and donuts, you know. Yeah, slip a little vodka in the coffee when nobody's looking. It's like, wait a second, I ain't got a boss here at AngelOfThyNight radio. We just do the show. But anyways, you know, during my break, I thought about what I wanted to talk about with you guys. And tonight I wanted to talk about roommates, man. You know, you gotta love them or you gotta kill them. Okay, we're back. Holy shit, I've never seen that happen in my entire life. I had lost the interface would not even load on live video. I couldn't even get into my own show. Anyways, it happens. You know, if I disappear, just wait a while. I'll come right back. And it might take 5 minutes, it might take 10 minutes, but I will be back. The show is not over until I say goodnight. I haven't said goodnight. I've just started partying. Partying's just begun. I was talking about a roommate. So anyways, he stabbed my kid's ball. We were at war, you know. The guy helped me with the computer problem, but then turned around, you know. This is like, you live with a roommate and you listen to their, like, seafaring stories, you know. This guy wants to know about, like, some of my stories.
Suffocate slowly and surely, sucked under by my own life.
I seen that, Mike Digital. Anyways, I wanted to say that those that are listening to the show, Mike Digital, Bobby T, and anybody else that's out there listening, thank you for hanging in there and listening to the AngelOfThyNight names. I'll be honest with you, when you're toast, you can't read nothing. So I'll just say, man, I'm glad that you're all here tonight. There's a pug that I live with my roommate, and the pug's overweight. Like, pugs aren't supposed to be very large. Well, this pug is like the size of a small pot-belly pig running around, and it snorts, it snores, it blows snot, it farts, and it pisses all over the carpets. Well, I was living 5 months, of course, with a single dad, which we were at war with each other at times, and sometimes best friends. His pug was pissing all over, and he says, I seen his pug pissing the one day, and he sees a big wet spot, and he says to me, I know the smell of cat piss, and I know Sneezer did it. And I'm like, no, man, I fucking seen your pug fucking squatting. So now, our co-host Sneezer of our radio show has been fucking framed for pissing all over the carpets in this house. And it's just, so we're so glad, because now it's like, as I was saying, it's going to be very hard for me to ever host Nightfall. I'm not going to be able to host it to you guys for about 3 months. The thing is that I'm living in a place with multiple adults, and I have to respect them. And I can't sit there and play gothic music. And I mean, that Funker Vote that I played for you guys tonight, that's some pretty heavy stuff, That's the shit right there. That's the shit you're going to smoke to, drink to. You're going to go raving, man. And that's what it's about. Nothing like going paranormal investigating, then you go raving after the fucking investigation, so you're really seeing shit then, But anyways, we've talked about Paul and me going to England, and see where he lives. You could just take the subway over to Paris, and you go down and explore the Paris catacombs. And we discussed doing that, actually just going deep down and just like crawling through bones and stuff. And I know our good man Paul. I mean, he'll re-listen to this if he's even out there. We're going to do it, one way or another. I'm looking into getting a passport to go to Europe. And what I would like, I had to sit there on my list the other day, and I really got badass, like I do on my radio show here, and I was like, you know what, I'm banning all you motherfuckers. So I got like 10,000 people I'm going to ban this week off our paranormal list. I'm not going to keep them on. Because I had felt that I want people to get involved. I want to camp with you guys. I want to fish with you guys, but I also want to take you guys out on investigations too. And so that is why I'm coming back into the field of paranormal. It's because I want some of you to have the same experiences I do and be able to talk about it on the show as well. So we're working on getting a new crew together. As you know, it's October. This is the month of Halloween. And I asked Angel, our co-host, I said, what should I do on Halloween? This is the first Halloween that I will be without my children. Not a sob story, but it's the first one I will not have my kids with me. So I said, what should I do on Halloween? Because, see, on Halloween, I'm sometimes a guy that wouldn't mind a good cemetery on Halloween, but, the cops watch them, and these cemeteries are, like 5 years old in Vegas, So it's like, man, I wish I was on the goddamn East Coast or out in the country, out in the country, I'd say in Wales, New York. Not so much Grillberg, that's, neighbors don't want to be bothered, but there's a nice haunted one about 3-4 miles from it, or 7 miles from it, and you can just park safely in it, and it's over 100 years old, and it is very haunted cemetery. So that's some idea. When you guys want to go out on Halloween, that's what you do. Even us adults, man, do it for a change. Don't fucking stay home. Go out on Halloween night to a fucking cemetery in the middle of nowhere. Have fucking fun, man. Have fun. That's what it's about. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to have fun. And in about 2.5 months, I am going to lift off and take off to California. And my dream's coming pretty true. I'm going to be staying with some people for a few months. And I'm going to have my knee operation in November. It's going to take 6 weeks to heal. They're going to drill my knee. And it may not work. It will never matter if it does not work, because like I said, you smoke the herb, you're like Superman, you can fly anywhere. So we're going to continue on with our investigations, as wacky and crazy as they get. I want everybody to stand by me because, see, what's going to happen is I'm going to pull off one investigation a month. I will do one this October, maybe two. We'll go out 2 weekends this month, and same thing in November. I'm going to start posting ads, and we're going to just start visiting some places. I can always put them on the site months down the road. It doesn't matter. But we got a lot of updates, and I owe the public a lot of apologies for not, for taking that break. But when you do not have a home to go, you cannot investigate. You are the investigated. Where's Lord Rick? What's Lord Rick doing? But anyways, I sat there and thought, I cannot host the AngelOfThyNight radio show out of someone's house, right in their apartment, right in their living room or their apartment. Hey, it's just, it's crazy, man. Can you imagine the adults would all be sitting on the couch while I'm hosting the show, and I'm sitting here and I'm fucking talking filthy and telling you guys fucking jokes. It just ain't gonna goddamn fucking cut it. They're gonna think I'm psychotic. I'm gonna be back on the streets, man. But anyways, earlier in the show I was talking about this fat guy. I met this guy who was 400 pounds, and of course I've been meeting the whole neighborhood. Let me tell you something. Where I'm at, I've met parents, I've met fucking all kinds of people, all kinds of children I've played kickball with. I become idle wherever I go, and of course this neighborhood here, these people are just fucking great. But this guy, he's big and brawn, he comes up to me and like I said, 400 pounds. He was 400 pounds, looked like Humpty Dumpty, all right? Seriously, Humpty Dumpty. And all he could do is grin his teeth and stare at my hat. It said, "Fuck me, I'm fat." That's what happened. I thought I was going to get my ass kicked. I thought this was going to be a fucking biker brawl in the fucking garage, 50s fucking style, jab to the fucking face, I don't fucking know what's going to go on. It's like, just by all means, please do not let Humpty Dumpty fall off his wall and take a stumble on Lord fucking Rick. I'll tell you what, I don't think I make a good cushion. But it makes no difference when you're having a knee operation, because the girl's like, you need crutches, right? It's like, yeah. You know what? When I'm going to go to Meadows Mall, okay, and my crutches. And I'm going to go on my crutches. I want people to stare at me when I go to Meadows Mall here in Las Vegas. I want them to look at me when I'm on the crutches. I want them to know, I'm on crutches. Because I guarantee you, what is the reaction most people give you when you go out in public and you see a handicapped person? See, in Florida, I used to ride the bus with handicapped people. They used to sit there, and they'd bring 40 of them on, and there would be the two always arguing over the one girl. She's retarded. That's my girlfriend. It's like, just fucking, just retarded people. And we're not mocking them out, but, how can you not laugh when the one's fucking hointing next to you, and he's in your ear going, hoint, hoint, hoint. And they got one that's making faces, and it just really is an uncomfortable situation, because they did not have a special, bus like that, and some of them were falling over in my fucking laps, and I was fucking, and you'd look at them, and they'd be like, he'd look at you and go, "That's my girlfriend," and then there was this one that just constantly laughed. It's like, what the hell? And he sat next to me, and my son sat on the opposite side, and he's looking at me, he's like, "Dad, I'm scared. He's like, "You should be, son. These guys are they were about to fight over this one fucking girl. That's my girlfriend. No, my girlfriend." And they're fucking, and it just goes on and on and on. So my Florida days were, I lived beyond my years in Florida, okay? I drank the fresh orange juice on the fucking, I shouldn't tell you that story. Maybe I should. Okay, one time back in Florida, I had some, muscle relaxers, and a girl told me, she's like, for muscle relaxers, just for a few muscle relaxers, we'll have sex. So I took her to this abandoned house up the road. We went down this grassy street, and we did it right on the front fucking lawn. It was hidden. It was like being in the jungle, and you could see the little hut over there. And, it's kind of funny, because I'm not going to tell you where it was at, but it's on our website, It's on the Paranormal Ghost Society site. So some of the locations you see are key locations where I've, I shouldn't say filmed. That would make me sound bad. But anyways, I found out from my roommate here, he says, you're a nuisance, okay? So my son and I sat down, I said, how am I a nuisance to him? Because we sit here and we hide for like days from this guy, we hide. We're just like, oh, Angel on the radio, it's like, keep it down, he might hear. But no, actually, we got the whole studio to ourselves tonight, but this guy's like at my door constantly. Hey, Lord Rick. And he's browsing the website. He's browsing my mobsters. I go out. The game Mobsters, guys, on MySpace? Some of you play Mobsters? Well, I'm on Mobsters, all right? I've been on it for like 2 weeks. I'm almost at a level 100 and everything else. I'm like killing people, collecting fucking money, buying properties and everything else. But he went on my Mobsters and bought me like 60 thugs when I was out at like the doctors, man, or the knee doctors and shit. And then the other day he goes to me, looks up to me, says, I was reading your divorce. I was like, you're going through my divorce? Because I get the divorce papers, I reply, I put a good case together. She's got the whole lawyer. I'm facing the fucking judge. So, I put together a case, and the clerk sent me it back and said, there's a $217 filing fee. So her lawyer's got a copy, the clerk won't accept it, and the judge, when I go to court, I got to give the judge the papers in the judge's box and skip over the clerk is what I got to do because the clerk won't accept it. It's like, I'm going to pay you $217. I got a goddamn $200 fucking ticket on a paranormal investigation. I was speeding out in the fucking desert. Why would you not speed out in the desert? Nobody owns the fucking desert. Speed. Go 100 miles an hour. That is what the desert's for. And of course, I got busted. So right now, I'm not taking out the Subaru. Will I run from Area 51 soldiers? Yes, I will. Will I yank my pants down? I probably will. Will I smoke? Yes. Will I bring you a goddamn story of flying saucers and green men? Hell yeah. So we're going to put this together. Paranormal Ghost Society is back. December is going to be my launch time for leaving Las Vegas. I'm going to try to get out of here December. I'm going to get a rental truck and get rid of the Subaru. I'm going to take my stuff, and I'm going to go out to Sacramento. I own 2 storage facilities, and I'm going to try to put together a paranormal household, or at least find a cool household where people are in tune with that. Maybe a big place with a couple rooms, and get a couple more people to move in. We have an investigator up in Buffalo, New York. And of course, he contacts me now and then. He has no means to listen to the show. He's always wanted to investigate around the California area. So it's harder because there's a lot of mountains. There's thousands and thousands of feet. You can go up in Yosemite to 12,000 feet. And on things like Bad Knees, you got to understand that there used to be grizzly bears up in the area, and if they are, they're very rare. But now there's black bears, and they eat fucking people. So that's the one thing I'm going to be dealing with probably anytime after January out there, because when I get out there, we're going to find a group of people. They have hiking groups, and I'm going to try to turn that into more of a paranormal thing, and we're going to go out there and we're going to investigate Bigfoot, which we will talk about later in this show. But anyways, I'm just telling you, it's really amazing because the next few months I can stay with good people. It's just one of those privileges that taking her to the store and she's getting groceries, because she's got a 7-year-old daughter, and I am doing a good deed, and people want me. I ended up coming to the house, and they're like, within 3 minutes, he said, you can get your stuff and move in. And I said, I'm going to California in a few months. Unfortunately, my ex has tried to take my stepson, who's the oldest, and it's a very unfair system because you can be married to a woman for 15 years, let's say, and you can raise some child for 15 years that's not your own, but then when it comes down to the biologicalness, well, it's like the biological person gets the child even if the child wants to live with the non-biological parent. So that was the situation I was facing, and of course I managed to keep my stepson with me. I have managed to keep my oldest son with me because my oldest son has very high ADHD, so he's one of these children that is very special, very smart, and most ADHD people are, everybody's got a little bit of it. I got tested and found out that I have it. So, but I'm very energetic. I got a lot of charisma. Well, so does my son, So my son, that's 11 years old, is going to be going to California with me. My littlest, she is keeping. The judge told me, see, this is the way the law system works in this country. He's like, I make the decisions for you. It didn't even matter because he didn't want to read nothing, you know. But I went to court, and I'm sitting there, and I'm holding my chest because, see, I have a hyoidal hernia where the fucking valve on my stomach doesn't close. And, of course, I had sat there and had like 4 hot dogs right before court and was making coffee, and it came on really fucking strong, and I collapsed in divorce court. And I leaned over the table. I was collapsed. I was grabbing my chest. I'm like, this has got to be quick, man. And so real quickly, custody was, that my little boy, he comes and sees me on the weekends, and then the other 2, if they want to go over and see her, they go over and see her. But this weekend she didn't want no kids, so I have all 3 of my boys with us, and or with me, I should say. But that's the thing. I mean, you guys probably, a lot of you have gone through divorce, but some of you haven't. And I was a guy that was married for 11, 12 years here, and it's funny because I have studied how to be a divorce court lawyer, and of course, it's like, I'm going to make your fucking lawyer cry. And so we went to court, and she's like, I don't want nothing. So I ended up winning the storage and keeping my stepson and my on his choice right now, and then of course keeping my oldest. And it's one of those situations. But Halloween, I would like members of our show to write me privately and come up with something you want to see me do on Halloween night. You can pick a place around Vegas. You could, anything, man, just anything outside in the desert, whatever. Send me there. I can put an investigation on Halloween night together. Maybe get like 3 girls, 3 guys, put it together and fucking film it or whatever. I'd like to do something because I'm not going to have my kids with me. And so this is the first Halloween first Halloween in years I'm going to be a free man. And you know what a free man is about? You guys know what it's about being? It's about cruising, man. Cruising along the fucking ocean with a joint in your fucking mouth and chasing fucking ghosts. Because guess what? They exist. And they are real. And of course, when I met those lesbians, they're like, you can move in. And then they said, well, our son sees ghosts and you investigate ghosts. This could be a problem. I said, nothing's going to follow us home. Truly, in the last 10 years, my life's been remarkably peaceful, even living in haunted houses. Yeah, we had our ghostly experiences, but as much as I dealt with as many evil places that I have been to, and you know what, I still live a very peaceful life, and it's a life of simplicity. And it's so simple as me parking at a school and making out with a woman a week ago, and of course, when she bit the dick, that was it. It was like, fuck that, man. I don't know, but these Vegas women are dick biters. I'm going over to California where they're cocksuckers. Wish they all could be Californian girls. But anyways, I'm bad. I am at my best. And I'm still battling my landlord, and he came by tonight and stuff. And he says, I'm really glad you found a place, blah, blah, blah. He wanted me to leave Friday, but I wasn't going to leave Friday because, you see, I went over to the dentist today. I spent 4 hours at the dentist. I was stoned, everything else. My son was getting braces. He had to have a cleaning. He had to have his cavities filled, and he had to get his braces. And they did not put his wire in. They're going to put his wire in after they pull 4 teeth because my stepson has a small jaw. So they're going to pull 4 teeth, and then they're going to turn around and pull his wisdoms possibly. A total of 8 teeth being pulled out of his mouth, and he's holding up really well. And we went to the dentist, spent 4 hours, and I'm sitting there stoned, and I go over to Albertsons and I get gummy bears, gummy bears and cinnamon bears and double chocolate milk, and I'm sitting there, and I'm let back in the exam room. They're all wide open, and there's like, they got always new girls working every month because they have multiple offices, and of course, some girls work in there, you pop a fucking boner for you, like, Jesus, I'll just tell them I got a tooth week every fucking week, so that way I can check out this girl and that girl coming on in, So I'm spending time at the dentist, and I'm eating candy, and smiling at the fucking dentist, and the DMV, or whatever the fuck they call those things. The doctor. I call them the doctor because they wear the mask on the faces and everything else. But he says your son needs to brush more and do this, do that, floss here, floss there, just keep the braces clean and everything else, you know. And I'm smiling at him, and I got gummy bears hanging out of my goddamn mouth, and gummy bears are spewing out of my mouth, and the doctor's like, your son needs to brush more. I mean, how do you look at me straight in the face? And then it's like goddamn fucking Aliens versus Predator. You go in the room, right, and there's 4 operating fucking chairs, and they got all the kids back, their mouths are held open like fucking aliens or some creepy-ass shit, like the mouth that comes out of the fucking alien and stuff and fucking gets you. That's what it's like. And they got this big plastic funnel or clear piece, and it makes the kids' mouths wide open, and they put a ridge in the cheeks to hold it. So, and these kids are looking at you, their eyeballs are moving around, but the mouth just stays open, lips peeled back, staring at you. And the kids were scaring me to death. I was like, So I'll tell you what I did. I sat in a fucking corner on a floor, and I ate gummy bears and drank double chocolate Nesquik milk. All right? That is what I did. Oh, I'm going to California because we want to investigate out in an area called Gold Country. Gold Country is the foothills, and it runs all the way from, like, we'll say not Reno because Reno's Nevada, but it goes up around Lake Tahoe, east of Sacramento, Stockton, east of there, and of course a little bit further. Fresno is kind of like the start of Gold Country, but Gold Country is a bunch of towns up in the foothills, and Gold Country towns are very small. They start back from the 1850s. They were mining, there was deaths, there was horror, there was killing, and there's a bunch of ghost towns or what was old towns rebuilt or added on. So towns like Jackson, I mean, that was started to be a town in 1865 roughly. So these places are haunted, and there are mines, there are caves, there are woods where Bigfoot's seen. There's a place called Sonora, the Twain Hart area, the Mark Twain area is very, Bigfoot's being sighted out that way. And we feel, or at least I feel, that I may have my best shot at seeing Bigfoot in California, up in the woods of Yosemite, the El Dorado National Forest, the screams that are heard at night. We can get off the road, go down some dirt roads, get deep in the woods, penetrate on foot. The only thing I ever worry about is bear. I've watched a video because it is my job to coach and study, and I studied how fast a bear can run, and it's almost inhumanly impossible to outrun a bear. Even if it's 700 pounds, that thing can outrun you, and it's amazing. And you have to know how to escape it and what to do, because they tackle you and they maul you to death. So we're dealing with something different, because I don't go to public areas. I go to private areas where people shoot you and they bury you on their property. That's the type of places we want to go. And the problem is that in our society, in our paranormal society, we run Yahoo groups to draw in people, so that way we are not alone doing this. We have one person contributing an off-road vehicle, one person that drives, one person that, has this position, that position, and that's what I want to do. We have a girl that I'm working with currently, and she lives out in Sacramento, and I do believe that she is a devoted, loyal individual to our society, and will put together some investigations. She's already found some places. We've talked on the phone. I'm already making plans out there. I'm going to end up renting a vehicle and going out there. I will have a place to go, hopefully. There's a couple kind people out there, pagans, I believe, that I might go stay with. And of course, maybe I will learn how to make mead, honey mead. Wouldn't that be sweet, baby? But living with the pagans could be quite the experience. They can do their hoodoo-voodoo. That's fine with me, and I'll just fucking go out in the middle of the woods. I'll smoke. I'll howl for fucking goddamn Bigfoot. I'll see the eyes looking at me. I will see the eyes. I'll have some hot fucking chick with me, and she'll get all fucking scared and be grabbing my crotch, because you know how it is, guys. Once you protect a woman, that's it. Ooh, you're so sweet, It's like, thank you. And that's what happened this week. I met some older women, and they were just, pinching my cheeks and telling me I'm a sweet guy, talking to me like I'm an 18-year-old little boy toy. It's like, you sweet boy, you. It's like you picture demonic fucking talk. You sweet boy. Yeah. But anyways, I just, I'm fucking in the desert, and I was like fingering fucking cooch in the goddamn school system with kids yelling, and I felt like I was in a Back to the Future movie, I felt like it's like, here, I'm going back in time with this older woman at the fucking high school, making out at the goddamn high school. It's like, Jesus Christ, where's the fucking time warp? Send me somewhere other than fucking here. Because I'll tell you right now, deal with it, folks, but here is what what you see is what you get. In the next few years, things are going to get really horrible. As we've talked about in season 5, we did a lot of apocalyptic episodes, and I put a lot of effort into them, and I gave you guys a lot of facts and information to go on. You guys got to be the strength, and you got to take what I give you, and you got to research it, and you got to look on into it. But anyways, we have a visitor in our studio, and I appreciate it, but you need to bring me a knife, sir. My butler just came in just now and dropped off some cheese. That's right, I got a butler right now. I'm not talking about it, okay? Thank you, butler. Thank you, man. Things are getting crazy. I've been sitting here with this guy. My roommate I always calls Zanku because he looks just like Zanku from Charmed. And tonight he got up in my face and he slapped in my hand a patch. And he said, you use this on your back. And he smiled at me tonight. So you see, man, sometimes you don't get along, and then sometimes you become best fucking friends. And of course, I've just realized that in the lesbian kingdom, lesbians hate Lord Rick, okay? Not them bisexual girls, because I gotta know a couple right now, and all I do is I'm like, please, can I have more than one? Thank you, sir. Brought me a knife here. This will be an excellent hors d'oeuvre for tonight. Yeah, I wish I was that rich. But actually, man, I like living the rough style. And when we go back to California, that's where it's going to be. I'm going to get a place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into... I met a bunch of people, but this guy fucked it up. I had 4 or 5 people that were going to go in on a place. The electric bill was run up. Well, I started making friends and found out that 4 or 5 people wanted to go to California. Everybody who was in Vegas wants to go to California or back. And so, yes, I need to be near woods. We need to be near mountains, and we also need to be within range of the ocean, because there's plenty of places on the ocean, like lighthouses and such, that are haunted. I'm not giving up. It's just that we have to depend more on our members to come through for investigating and driving and everything else. And I'm going to head out there. And, of course, I'd like to be there before the New Year's, because it'd be awesome to celebrate New Year's in Sacramento, baby. Sacramento has some gothic clubs. I heard they have some underground vampire clubs. Would be something interesting to look into. Of course, I get my dig fucking bit there. I am through, okay? I need to start taking, we'll start taking bodyguards and stuff with me, There's always, crazy threats. The cops are threatening me. It's like, what the hell? I got subpoenaed the other day to go to court and testify against my ex-girlfriend, Of course, I didn't do anything wrong other than the fact of, how should I say it? She calls, if you were a male, okay, and you were dating a girl and she just calls the cops to be spiteful on you, and you tell the cops what really happened, well, the cops make their own decision. They're like, okay, we're going to arrest this person. Well, they arrested her like a fucking dummy, And it was like, well, it was kind of stupid fucking to do, because North Las Vegas police are just like, we don't like you fucking Metro, And she's from the fucking city, and of course, I live in North Las Vegas, which is a whole separate suburb, because it sits higher up on the mountain and overlooks the city below. It's very interesting when you're level with the stratosphere here. So the elevation's much higher where we're at, and the cops have a whole different attitude. And so they just ended up arresting her, and we had some in the fucking court. And it's just an ironic thing, But I wasn't here when they tried to have me served. That's the funny thing. I was in the middle of trying to move in, move out. And, if you guys ever live in a nice house, you move in a neighborhood and the neighbors introduce themselves. You guys ever have that happen? Well, you see, recently there was an abandoned house next to me, and this hot fucking bitch moved in, okay? She's blonde. She got nice little ass cheeks. Fucking nice spring, like a fucking fresh mattress. And, she's just fucking hot as fucking hell, and they just moved in a few days ago. I'm thinking, why the fuck do I gotta move out of here? See, right now I got 3 homes. 3 fucking homes. All right, that's where I'm at. I'm at 3 places, maybe even 4 homes. And I'm squeezing it down. Tomorrow evening I am moving, and I will be down to 1 home. So tomorrow is my move-out date, so I'm like sitting here, I'm thinking, God, I'm going to be partying here on the AngelOfThyNight radio show, and then tomorrow I'm going to be moving and shit, man. But I get to move in with the new folks. My new roommate I'm going to be taking hiking with me. My roommate is up in over by Sunrise Mountain. Sunrise Mountain is something I've always wanted to climb. I will do it with a friggin' beer in my goddamn hand, okay? I don't fucking care. I mean, if I gotta have a helicopter pick me up, I'm sorry, guys. I will film it for you, and we'll put it on YouTube like we did last time. But things are crazy, man. I never wanted to take my roommate because psychologically he was telling me all this weird stuff. I thought, if I take this guy might kill me. This guy used to tell me he was going to bury me in the desert. And then the other day, he like grounded me and shit like that. I got fucking grounded. So I was so happy to get out of here, and I sat there and I walked in the presence of these people, and they said, get your stuff. You don't need to put up with that. You're like, I don't, man. I don't. Because see, right now as it is, we're working in steps, I'm finishing up my custody court with my children, and I'm going to be taking off. And anybody in Las Vegas area, if you are listening to AngelOfThyNight Radio from Las Vegas, you can come with me. I would like to take 3 other people to California with me. We all can pitch in on a place. We all can go to somewhere. Then we can start working on getting some serious investigating done. I am going to take a trip to England, and I was going to take $1 from every listener that we get in the future, but I don't give a fuck, man. If you don't donate nothing, you don't. I'm here to do this for free. But on our paranormal list, we'll ask for $1 per person when it adds up for a round-trip plane ticket for like $3.99 to England. I will fly out there, and I will let you guys be the pick of the places you want to see me do, because I want the members to be interactive, involved, and we want this to be fun for you. Paris Catacombs is something I will not skip, but if you can name 3 other places, I will be sure to hit them. And it doesn't matter how dangerous. Dracula's Castle, Vlad the Impaler, that is something I've always wanted to visit as well. I would be willing to go out there and actually photograph and document my finds within. See, I'm a little bit different. I am like the doorway to the other side, and I can go in a place and I can make the dead rise, and I cannot explain it to you. It is just something I can do, being who I am and dealing with so much energy over the years. I'm not a lunatic. It was a long time ago. People used to sit there and say, when you started showing good ghost pictures, like, you're a lunatic, you're not real. You're a fraud. And I thought, well, one time I was with 7 people, and we were behind a religious place. I forgot what they call them. Yeah, I can't even think of the goddamn name tonight. But anyways, it's a place of worship, and they have a field behind there, and there's a lot of ghost activity. And I had about 7 witnesses witness a ghost jump right out at me. I seen the ghost with my very eyes. I seen the hands, the face, and I caught it on film too and put it on our website. It was just a fast movement of ectoplasm, all made of human, and you could see a face and just everything. And it was fast, but they seen it. And that's the experiences we want to bring back to you. See, the whole thing is that you might not be in the paranormal, but we take the paranormal and we turn it into so much more. Because, see, the reality is, when you are a paranormal investigator, you're going to lose places to rent, houses to rent. People are going to push you away. You're going to lose women to date. I sat there. When I walked in this house the other day to see if I want to move in, they said they would follow me around with cameras. The girl's like, I learned how to produce. She goes, I will produce a film for you if you'd like me to follow you around. So right now we got a producer who wants to work on the fucking job. So you see where I'm going with this, man? But anyways, I will leave the Vegas area, and I hope that you members will support me. When I get a place out there, we'll talk about a trip to England next, and we'll work on that. Things are going to be happening in the Paranormal and Ghost Society. I'm not done. I will sit here and I will do more things that I will be able to talk about with you guys as fans and members. But anyways, you know, going back to those lesbians I met, when I thought to myself, can you imagine during the day when the kids are at school and I'm in the basement and they're having sex and they're like grunting like goddamn pigs and fucking elephants and everything? Holy shit. They're like, you gonna be in the basement? Yeah. And I hear the bed. Fucking screech. Fucking man. No, thank you. So I'm glad to be able to move in with college kids and everything else. Life is a frat party. You're listening to Lord Rick of AngelOfThyNight Radio. And I will post an ad, or I will try to find somebody in Vegas who has a good computer setup, maybe a webcam, and I will try to do the show in weeks to come at another location. Because I will not be able to hold it in my location. And of course, Nightfall might be suspended for a while where we play our dark wave music. But I feel I've put together many good shows previously. Every season's different. We're in season 6. This is Genocide. And this is Lord Rick of AngelOfThyNight radio show. And we're live. And you know, I was talking about the 420 princess. See, I post ads because I look for girls that get stoned. Let's face it, guys. Stoner girls are hot. You see them in the magazine, High Times, stoner chicks and fucking bikinis and everything else. I love stoner fucking girls. And, you know, like I said, I was hanging with the hood the other day. And we were all partying, getting ripped and fucked up, and came back to my place, didn't even get anything out of it. She just wanted the weed. So I figured, what is with Craigslist weed whores? I was putting this to the test, man, the last year, and I met weed whores. Like one time, some girl smokes like 6 fucking bowls in a row. I would pack it. I want another one. I'd pack it. Give me another one. Oh, can I have another one? This girl wanted to smoke all the weed, and when I said no more weed, you know, she called her pimp, and her pimp fucking picked her up, or she had to drop the car off with him. All these girls got goddamn pimps in Las Vegas, man. So yes, I am moving. I am out of here. I don't want to date no fucking. And I've been going on dates with hookers and shit lately, man. It's like this. You know, life gets bad when you sit there and you meet a hooker. You're like, my God, is this what life's come to? So I make good fun of it, though. You know why? Because everything you can take and you can smile and you can look at it with positivity, because all these little things I'm overcoming in life are just wonderful. Wonderful, because to be able to come back and do a radio show, it's been, I don't know, 5 weeks, man. About 5-6 weeks we've not really done radio, and to come back, it's just wonderful. And to see you guys come on out, you know, I cannot address all of you by name, but I know who most of you are, and I'm just, like I said, just totally awesome that you've came out. And I did say I was going to do a triple roast tonight, and we will roast others. Of course, our roastings are very brutal sometimes, so I try to sometimes tone it down a little bit. But, you know, this is Extreme Radio, and we are here to appall you. And, of course, Angel's going to be with us for our next show. I do not know if Angel showed up tonight. But I wanted to go over and go about divorce talk. What is divorce about? It's about money, it's about greed, it's about battling. And I live with a roommate who is battling his ex, and, you know, she's like pointing guns at him, and they're fucking, it's like a shootout, and they're like beating each other up, climbing walls, breaking in each other's places, slashing tires. This is some serious fucking shit, you know? And he tells me it's a battle. He goes, it's a war, and you will lose some battles, but it is a war. And so he's trying to train me on divorce, you know. I'm watching the videotapes and everything else. But I went in sick, and I still won most of my case this time. And, of course, you know, just stupid stuff. You know, her lawyer had to be smoking more weed than I was smoking. Okay, I looked at his eyes looked dilated. He looked like he just smoked one on the way to work. And he's just sitting there, you know, and I'm sitting next to her lawyer in the fucking chair waiting for fucking court. And I'm thinking, in my ex, she's fucking late, man, and he's calling, where are you? He's getting all fucking worried. It's like, you should be worried, man. You know, you got an ill man who's ready to fucking, you know, throw up here and stuff. So I get in the courtroom, I see a bald judge, you know. It's like, he looks like the guy fucking, I I'm trying to think of that judge that's on court fucking TV or whatever, the bald fucking judge, but that's who this guy looks like, and you can't keep a straight fucking face, you know? You're like, I was like, Judge, I gotta tell you something. Right when I walked in, he says, what? I said, I threw up, my hernia is acting up, and on a scale of 1 to 10, my pain is a full 10. I cannot be here, so imagine that, you know, just walking into a courtroom, grabbing your fucking chest like you're going to have a goddamn fucking heart attack and just, you know, telling the judge and telling the sheriff straight up the way it fucking goes. But let's go this way. You know, nothing says I love you more than divorce. And the top 10 things that I love about you, how about that? When you're like fucking married to somebody, and I'm gonna tell, oh boy, I'm gonna get brutal. Pay $3,000 for a stuttering lawyer. Divorce. You know, I might as well walk up to my ex and say, you know what? Don't pay him $3,000. Pay me $3,000, and I will be your own divorce fucking lawyer. Can I do that? I don't know. It's like I'm her attorney, but she's divorcing me. Thank you. Is that allowed, Your Honor? I'm serious. She found a lawyer that looked stoned and goes, divorce. I heard him out in the hallway, you know. And then in court, we were sitting there talking. He goes, I was just like, man. So, you know, here we have like a fucking lawyer that cannot speak very fluently. And then you got me, the goddamn fucking defendant, grabbing my heart, plopped over a desk. Judge, I gotta get out of here. I'm sick. I had the flu for like 4 or 5 days, man. And I'm sitting there, you know, I'm just thinking, God, this is fucking bad. I'm in court with a fever. I got this, I got that, you know. And so when I got out of court and court was dismissed, I ran to go to the mediation center. And I was holding my heart, and people were staring at me. People were asking me, are you all right? I'm thinking, God, I'm going to have to call an ambulance. I thought I had to call an ambulance the other day. And so that's how I spent my time in court. I almost fainted in an intersection. I was very lightheaded. And so the funny thing is that the Subaru was parked next to a police car. That's right, folks. And Officer Rose had ticketed me about a couple months ago, and now I got to go pay Officer Rose a fucking visit. I got to tell Officer Rose, thanks, man, for taking my money. He actually ticketed my Subaru on the street because I think a certain ex-girlfriend tore my registration sticker off, all right? So tickets abound, folks. Tickets from everywhere. Officer Rose, he's doing the citizens' hard work with your hard-earned tax dollars. Fucking ticket in the Subaru. I pat that car on the goddamn back. That car might be taking me to a singles dance on Halloween night, okay? Because if none of you people want to go out in the freaky desert and risk our lives, I'll tell you what, I will go to a gothic club, and I will listen to rave and gothic music and dark wave, and I will come out of the gothic club with a vampire girl on each arm. I want a vampire girl. One's fucking bitten, all right? I need to kind of retain my youth. You know, I need to try to stay young. That's what I go. I go meet a couple vampire girls, let the vampires bite me, and then you guys will have a vampire paranormal investigator. We'll do what all these other punk-ass kids do. They're like, I get these 18-year-old girls that say, Lord Rick, take me. I am a vampire. It's like, I'm willing to bet that I'm more of a vampire than you. You sit there and you'd be like, how many investigations have you done? Well, I've done over 800 of them, and I'll tell you what, some of those places weren't too fucking nice, especially when the farmer was chasing me because I was peeping at his goddamn fucking daughter on one of those investigations, because that's what happens when you're paranormal investigating. The weird happens. You run into reality. Reality collides with more reality. In the fact of, you know, you're on some fucking farmer's backyard searching for ghosts because he's got a private cemetery. You know, the reality is the farmer's going to come out and shoot you. I had a guy try to hit me with this fucking cane one night. And I said, fuck you. I said, you watch what my goddamn fucking truck can do. And I took that fucking truck right through the goddamn woods, and I off-roaded. I went on the road, and the cops were chasing me. I escaped them cops, man. I escaped the cops. And I'm proud of it. We're going to bring back those days, because I do feel that they have no right to touch me, being that we are seekers of the truth. Now, would Taps tell you that? Taps would be like, let's get permission, let's get a permit. motherfuckers. Let's go in guns fucking blazing and catch the ghost in the goddamn fucking act playing fucking Jack and fucking Jill, alright? But anyways, 10 things I love about you. And now that we're not together, I'm like, hey, I thought you were white. But now you're Mrs. Fortins, not Mrs. Rowe. Oh, that's so fucking bad. But what is it, guys? What is it when you marry a woman and then 20 years later, you're like, where's her fucking neck? What happened to her fucking tits? What is that on her ass cheeks? Getting old? Is it a reality? Staying fit is one of the best things you could fucking do. And that is why we also, not to sound like an asshole, but when we do our paranormal investigations, we actually have to be able to be very fit one way or another. I'm telling you right now, let's say I take 4 of you out. How many of you can actually outrun a bear? Think about it. That's the type of stuff we'll do. And of course, when I come up to a bear and he's standing on his 2 legs, I was going to flick some Cheetos at him, is what I was going to do. I was going to feed the animals. Give him some Cheetos. He ain't chasing me. So folks, like I said, you're safe with the good Lord. Same thing when you're married. What happened to your tits? Once melons, now deflated flapjacks. Instead of giving her half of everything, how about I just buy you a slot machine? See, I found out a little secret about exes, okay? Now, this is for you guys, but this is for women and men. Do you realize that even after divorce, your ex will still spy on you? I have found out that my ex listens to the AngelOfThyNight radio show, and I've also found out that she might be snooping on MySpace to see who I'm marrying next. So, buy her off with a slot machine. It's every woman's gift in goddamn Vegas. You tell them, hey, I'm getting you a slot machine. You can put your own money in and hit the jackpot. They love it. They'll never leave the fucking house. And then all you do is take the key at the end of the night and you take the money out. Because the money's not going nowhere. You see what I'm saying? Smart. That's why you guys out there, you guys need some blonde wives. That's what you got to get going on. 10 things I love about you. I knew that now that we're divorcing, she now owns the Paranormal Ghost Society. Please don't laugh, guys. Please don't laugh. But she claims that she is the owner of it, and that is not true, because we're going to have some paranormal bloopers with my ex, because my ex used to investigate for me, and I guess you guys have never heard these live on the air. But anyway, she tells the kids I am a great thief. I steal. Okay, yeah, I get food stamps. We need all fucking eat, That's the way it fucking goes. And of course, in return, we serve our country. Hence why I'm running for president. But calls me a thief. But yet her father she lives with sells illegal drugs honestly. Okay? It's okay to steal from the pharmaceutical company and give it to people with addictions that could lead to the death of them because they have addictions. But, going on food stamps and government assistance to get on your feet so that you can have a better future for you and your kids, that makes you a thief, So I almost laughed at that one because my son's like, I see Grandpa dealing drugs, But anyways, here's a good one. When you're married for so long and, your wife or your man, you guys do threesomes, you do a little swapping or you do a little three-way fun, bada bing, bada boom, But anyways, me and my ex-wife, we used to do threesomes with some of the girls that I would date or some of my girlfriends. And we do threesomes, Well, now she's going around saying, he cheated on me, he cheated, Of course, it's only cheating when the divorce comes. All that dirt comes up, It's like, you had your cock in another pussy. I seen it in the same room. I even licked the pussy. You cheated on me. Why? Because I got an extension sticking out and I fucking stuck it where it don't belong? That's considered cheating? But when a girl sticks her tongue in another girl's vagina, that's not cheating? I don't know about you, but there's a thing called women's rights in this fucking country. which made no sense at all. But men actually are shunned, and so I went to court and I kind of seen how it was, and I watched because see, the whole thing is our show is about entertainment, and even court is very entertaining. To sit there and see the sheriff and the goddamn fucking. I mean, they got cops, they got fucking the girls that do the transcribes or whatever, and then they have the secretary in there and the judge, and of course, when you go to divorce court, you got to remember that the whole family is going to come along. Now, let's say your ex has like a giant family of 50 people. Pretty soon, becomes like a goddamn funeral home, and you're sitting there at the fucking courthouse, and all of a sudden the family members are walking in, and they're like cheering her on and shit. That's divorce court, but we're wrapping it up probably very soon. The only thing left to decide is the children. And of course, one of my children will be coming with me to California because the other one's biologically not mine. And so anyways, she is officially lesbian. Once they divorce a man, once they are married 10 years and a woman divorces a man, it is true that 90% of the time those women become lesbians. Nothing wrong with lipstick lesbians, but if you met the lesbians I met the other day, the smell of that fucking crack would not want to make me live there even if it was for free. But who the hell, these girls asking, I want you to stay with us, but, give us food. It's like, that's all you got on the mind is goddamn fucking yogurt and peanut butter and fucking Cheetos and fucking chocolate cake and Twinkies and ho-hos. Better not buy ho-hos in that house. Big Mama's coming to get your fucking ho-hos, boy. I could just see that one. Big Mama 1, Big Mama 2. You never know which one. She's like, I got my sewing stuff. I got my fucking TV down there. So they got no living room, really. No TV. It's all in the basement. So basically what it would be is that I would be living in the living room, and they would be watching TV with me, sleeping on the floor, and their feet would be by my nose. Big, fat, pudgy, nasty fucking feet. And that's why I only suck 18-year-old toes, man. But it is a dirty show. We hope that ex of mine is out there listening because, I love a good fucking spy. But anyways, here's a good one, okay? If you gentlemen have ever had a baby with a woman, some women are like mad because they're like, it's going to make me fat, it's going to ruin my pussy, you've ruined my life, I can't go to college, I can't go to school, I can't date other people, I'm always stuck home, blah, 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 blah. Being fucking married stinks sometimes, so basically, when you're with a woman who doesn't want kids, the question I have is why would someone fight for kids that they don't want any kids? They want to go to college and want to live their life. It's like, bless you, man. You can live free all you want. But see, on the other hand, my children live free with me, and they're experienced in the paranormal too. Because after my death, I will always live on, whether it's through my sons, my fans, my paranormal members. I will always live on. The show will always live on. Season 4 is on disc. I will put Season 5 on soon. We are in Season 6. This is Genocide with Lord Rick. You're listening to AngelOfThyNight Radio. Still a lot of energy. And like I said, divorces, time out. I need your help. I need a ride. I need this, Here's a good one here. Goes up to the children. I promise his house to save him. My father will do nothing. Okay. Ex goes to work. My son's doing dishes in the kitchen, and I'm going to shoot everybody in this house. So you got to watch. Sure, this house is safe. There's a loaded gun under the fucking bed. But you know what? The judge didn't want to listen. The judge doesn't care. And amazingly, because my son's not biologically mine, the judge said he cannot discuss any of it. It's out of his jurisdiction. So right now I win technically in the Las Vegas area. Ding, ding, ding. Round 1, and I'm supposed to go to mediations. Now, how do you go to mediations when you're married? How do you look your ex straight in the face and not laugh? Do you guys really think about it? When you go see your ex and you sit down at divorce court mediations, do you try to sit there with a straight face, or do you imagine a big red nose, a white face, a fucking clown fucking suit? See, because my ex used to look like a fucking clown, like Bozo, all big around the fucking hips. And you guys remember that fucking movie? Killer Clowns from Outer Space or whatever, man. Just fucking, that's some freaky ass fucking shit. Like with the trampoline, I'll fucking jump out the window, I'll jump and you watch my ass be gone, man. It's like them clowns ain't putting me in no cotton fucking candy. But that's what marriage is like. It's like being caught in the cotton candy at Killer Clowns from Outer Space. So now, I'm a singles guy, you know? And of course, Millie is no longer with us with the show, obviously, because she doesn't put any effort into anything as far as when it comes to co-hosting. So we're working on right now fighting. Honestly, we have Angel that will be coming back. Angel has some ideas she wants to present to you fans. She's actually going to be on cam. She's going to have her microphone and everything going. So, you see, I'm trying to work on a better and a bigger show for all you listeners out there. But anyways, you know, I was going through, like I said, the 10 things I love about you. And when I was going back to time out, you know, do me favors. Well, it is true. Sometimes in divorces, when you're going to court, there's like timeouts. There's periods where your wife's like, hey, I ain't getting no sex. I need sex. And you're like, come on, man. Why you gotta tell me this shit? But, it's true. Like a few months ago, my ex like mentions that. No sex in months or a year or whatever. And it's like, so we're taking a timeout during the divorce? What's going on, man? So yeah, timeouts. When the woman divorces a guy, timeouts. Here we go. We'll do some paranormal bloopers. How about that? Okay, my ex was into cemeteries and ghosts. All right. I took her to a ghost town called Rhyolite, and it's a very dark town that sits in a valley surrounded by canyons and mountains. It's old, it's haunted, there's an old railroad station, and I took her there and we seen a flying creature, and she freaked out and she got scared and wouldn't get out, and I made her get out later near an area, and I went under a fence and went into a haunted train station, and I got yelled at. Because, see, I told them, when you're married, trust me, it doesn't work when you're paranormal investigators. If you bring your spouse, she's going to say, my feet hurt, when can we go home? Can we finish the night? I ain't climbing that shit. Where am I supposed to be, honey? Yeah, don't ever, if you're a paranormal investigator, do not ever get married. Don't ever get married and take your spouse on an investigation. I used to take couples out all the time and they would whine and piss and fucking moan, you know. Oh, she's done. She got blisters on her feet. We're going to the hotel. We're forgetting this investigation, you know. So you just don't take couples. But anyways, she says to me, I quit the Paranormal Ghost Society. I am not cut out for flying creatures. I am cut out for ghost and ghost only. I said, well, welcome to the Paranormal and Ghost Society. That's what I said. This is talking to my wife at the time, you know. Crazy shit, man. Number 2. One night she fucking threw like a plate at me and was like swearing at me. So I said, I'm going to haunt you, bitch. That's what I said. I said, you watch, I'm going to send a fucking ghost to haunt you tonight. She goes, go ahead, I don't care. I went to sleep, and she woke up with her hand on her heart and seen a man standing in the fucking door. Seconds later, she turned her back to not look at the man, and an old man was hovering next to the bed and turned and looked at her. And, of course, like I said, being up in a marriage. And of course, that was something in her life that pissed her off a lot, or resented me down the road, because I called spirits in that bedroom, man, and they were fucking taunting and teasing her, and she was grabbing her heart and everything. The demon in the apartment. I used to work a full-time job working on slot machines years ago. We lived in an apartment, and the apartment had a demon, and the demon my ex was seeing in the reflection of the mirror, and she described it was a demon that I had actually came across up in El Dorado Canyon. I revisited El Dorado Canyon after 13 years or 12 years. I came back to it, and it was very much changed. The demonic activity was not as high as it was, but that demon had haunted my apartment, and it was pulling her hair, her ears, touching her, scaring my stepson at the time. He was just an infant back then, you know. And so you should see, she was playing like chant fucking music and fucking lighting incense. And I mean, just, you know, how about Central Terminal Station? I took her and, you know, I mean, Central Terminal is bad. There's a lot of gangs and a lot of, you know, people hide out in there, and it's very haunted and everything else. But anyways, I was trying to read what's in the room, but we went to Central Terminal, and she had no light. Her light, like, went out. And you know the rule of paranormal investigating, urban exploring. Extra lights, extra batteries. We don't always do that. You know, we got, like, those shake lights are good, too, in case you run out of batteries, just for a little light. But she had no light and was walking around stumbling, you know. So that was like she got off really on the wrong foot there, which set off the rest of her paranormal investigations. The ghostly kid in the cemetery. I once took her to a cemetery up near Lancaster, New York. The ghostly entity had ran up to her. She like jumped a mile. It's like I've never seen a 200-pound something fucking woman jump that high in my life, outer space. And when you go to divorce court, if you want to win, here's the secret. Picture your ex with a red nose, big puffy fucking hair, and a big outfit with fucking polka dots on it. And of course you, as people, you smoke before you go to court, so you're relaxed, you know. You go in there and you do not pay $3,000 for attorneys. Do not. None of you get divorce attorneys. It's a waste. You go in and you handle it yourself like men and women in front of the judge, and you see it all works out in the end, all right? But you're listening to me, AngelOfThyNight Radio, and I am doing bloopers with my ex because I am going through a divorce. And that is the first roast. We will be doing a triple roast tonight. But anyways, how about this? Her spraying Majorium all over the fucking house and around the house. She says, I don't want these ghosts coming in that you're bringing from these cemeteries. I'm putting Majorium. It's the Majorium you sprinkle around. It gets away evil spirits, supposedly in Straga, which is the Italian tradition of magic. And, of course, they believe that sprinkling that will keep it away, just like the Native Americans believe mirrors will. Actually, the demon will look in the mirror, see itself, and be scared away. Different traditions, different beliefs. Wiccan culture, patchouli is supposed to calm down the spirits. These are all things, you know, and I get people who email me and say, hey, I want to get rid of a ghost, I want to get rid of a spirit. And these people want my help, and I just don't live close enough to help people. The Paranormal Ghost Society, those groups need to be active so people can ask for help in certain states that I cannot give. I give you guys comedy relief. I give you guys a good show. I cover a lot of shit in one night. And, of course, even my investigations, I've hit as many as 7 locations in one night. I drove one night 300 miles hitting all these different locations. A house here, a cemetery here. You just fucking drive. Just drive into the fucking wind, man, and just fucking live it up. Imagine us on motorcycles. I think the last blooper we'll go over with my ex when it deals with the paranormal bloopers in divorce court, because, yes, the Paranormal Ghost Society has been brought into the divorce court. Is her, show me the money. I think he's making all this money. Oh my God, we haven't, you know, that was almost a joke. We've only gotten one donation in the last 3 months, and that was our friend Paul, who sent $30. And he did not donate to the Paranormal Ghost Society. He donated so I could have some gas in my tank. Because you see, I was going to the movie theater a while back. It was my son's 13th birthday. So I was going to the movie theater. And, so we went to go see District 9 and the Halloween, you know, the one done up by Rob Zombie. And I had this, like, weird fantasy to go into the movie theater with a beer, you know, one of those really strong beers. And I'm sitting in the seat and I'm drinking and I'm watching District 9 and there's foam all over my shirt. I got beer everywhere, man. Beer is fucking everywhere, all over the fucking place. And I'm like thinking, God, there's other people watching the movie. Beer's exploding, foam's all over. I'm drinking, I'm going, ugh, I'm fucking belching. I'm in the fucking movie theater, all right? And you gotta remember that I smoked a hell of a bowl. Then I went into the movie theater, pulled out the brew. I gulped the brew, and I felt lightheaded, and I was about to faint. And quickly, I reached over, I took my one arm, I put my hand on my one arm, and I slowly made it reach into a bag or to a bin. I could barely get it open. A bin of sour gummy worms, but they're coated in sugar. And I had gummy worms sticking out of my mouth everywhere. Gummy worms were sticking out like crazy, and I was fainting, man, with gummy fucking worms in my mouth. You know, I'm thinking, God, I'm about to pass out, and they're gonna find me lying on the floor, beer spilled, all this illegal stuff. You know, I got knives on me and all kinds of shit, and I'm sitting there watching District 9, sci-fi fucking movie, drinking brew. And I want to tell you guys something. The power of a little chocolate, dark chocolate, and a sour gummy worm sticking out of my mouth saved me. It made me come to. See, I'm hypoglycemic and I was passing out, so I needed sugar really quick. I'm pretty close to being diabetic right now. And so that's what happened. I almost fainted, and I had to immediately get sugar under me. But can you imagine me sitting in the movie theater, just sitting there, drinking a brew and having gummy worms just sticking out? They were sticking out like spaghetti and stuff. I had like 3 or 4 just hanging on my chin and stuff. And the foam was all, I had you could see my shirt, the beer was running down my chest, and I'm all sitting there, fucking tongue sticking halfway out, and I couldn't talk. I couldn't do nothing, man. And of course, I sobered up after the fucking movies. And I will say this, District 9, if you've ever seen it, then you would know if aliens were to visit this planet or be stuck on this planet, we would probably treat them very wrong. And that's basically what the movie's about. It's sci-fi. Check it out, man. I went to see it. I get it fucking ripped. I actually took a picture. I didn't post it on MySpace, but I'm in the movie theater. I am holding a fucking giant fucking brew. I'm fucking drunk. Why lie? I got drunk in a movie theater. A guy's fucking homeless. He's got no place to fucking go. Lesbians screwed him over. Then this other guy screwed me over. I moved all my stuff in this place, and now as of tomorrow, I am going to be in a new place, and it's like I said to go grocery shopping with me. She loves the bad boy in me. It's like I could see that one. What are we going to do during the daytime? What kind of games are we going to play? The kids are at school. I wonder what's going to happen, roommate. You already know what's going to happen. Jeez, man, I'm not going to even go there, okay? My son says to me, that girl likes you. And he goes, I think it's disgusting, Dad. Disgusting. So, yeah. Because my son, my son thinks, he's 13 years old now. So he thinks that he's going to pick my dates for me, That's how a teenager works. When you got teenagers, they pick your dates. And of course, he'll tell me, this woman's good enough, this woman's not good enough. But he's young and he's dumb, and, sometimes I pick girls with fucking mustaches and beards. I'm like, son, you got to look at the whole situation. All right? Don't look at the ass or the boobies, boy. Make sure there's no mustache, because they might be packing something between the fucking legs. But anyways, my ex thinks she owns the Paranormal Ghost Society, and she's like, give me half. Half of what? The Paranormal Ghost Society does not make any income. And my ex apparently wants half or something. I don't know, throwing it up in court or whatever in the court papers. So I almost laugh, because it's like, you can't own, check this out, you cannot own hiking. You don't own hiking. You don't own Bigfoot. You don't own ghost. My group goes out just to have a good time, man. The rest is fucking gravy, You're out there having a good time. There's going to be some freaky shit in the woods while you're partying and having sex. Things are going to watch you. You got someone bent over a hood in the woods. Yeah, that Sasquatch is going to be out there looking. That Sasquatch is going to want to know what's going fucking on, all right? But anyways, I want to thank all you people tonight for listening to Angel of the Night Radio. And I sat there, see, I'm all fucking coughed up, bad lungs and everything, man. I sat there today at the dentist 4 hours, dealing with aliens, sitting on the fucking floor. My son got yelled at by the female dentist. She said she asked him something, and he just ignored her and made a mean face, and she goes, oh, it looks like someone needs a nap. Someone's very cranky, So he tried to take a fucking goddamn fucking nap. and of course, someone almost stepped on his head. So, strange things at the dentist, you know? And I sit there, you hear all the fucking drills, and you think, God damn, I gotta come in here in a few more fucking days myself. Because I might be getting more oral surgery done where they fucking take my wisdom teeth out. And if I get to one doctor, I say, hey, doc, I really need some pills, you know? And the doc does a good job. He says, you're special, you get 2 bottles. I got actually 2 bottles of fucking pills the one day I went to that hospital. Depends who you get. But I got the young, cool dude, and I was like, peace, brother. Peace, fucking brother. So when brothers help brothers, that's what makes life worth living. And that's what we're going to do when I go out west. People are going to help one another, and we're going to get this thing to grow back. And I will still be a leader in the paranormal field. We'll still go out. And anyways, you know, it's getting late. I'm not done, though. I have so much more content tonight. I have Craigslist humor. I have jokes. Bigfoot bladder. Our shows last about 5 hours. If you guys want to stick it through tonight for an hour or 2 more, stick it through, man, because I have a lot more to come. You're listening to AngelOfThyNight Radio, and we're live in Las Vegas. And you know what? I have to say, I made a big boo-boo. In the beginning of the show, I was having trouble with my sound system. And halfway through, November started playing. And November is a song by Winter's Thrall. Winter's Thrall has signed with AngelOfThyNight Radio. And we will be playing future songs, more music from them. And I had played November, half of it, and then I went into some other songs because I want to show you guys what I DJ and stuff. And of course, in a few months when we have a better sound system, we're going to be really kicking ass with music and everything else for our radio show. But anyways, I thought I would do the courtesy of playing another song by Winter's Thrall. I was going to go on break. I got some gummy burns. I have gummy bears here at our studio. I have double chocolate fucking cake. I have sugar baby watermelon here. I got cheese brought to me by our butler. I'm going to go ahead and I can't even talk. I'm going to play some Winter's Thrall for you guys. I want you to see his music. I have a lot of respect. And of course, we're going to cut down on our memory so that you guys can hear the music much more clear. And if you have a problem hearing me, just let me know. Winter's Thrall was based out of England, I believe, and then he came to New York City and then eventually I think got to California. I'm not sure, I gotta relook. But you can check him out, wintersthrall.com. There is some free music you guys can have. You guys can just, you can download it. He's got about 4 songs. You can save it to your computer, take it, play it all you want. Some of his newer stuff is going to be available on the CD. You'll have to buy the CD. But I was going to go ahead and play one of his newest songs. It's called Absolution, and I will be back in a few minutes with much more to come. You're listening to AngelOfThyNight Radio. It's awesome. You guys we're live in Las Vegas. And of course, our sound system is extremely slow. Absolution.
around the cold and barren trees, am I the only one who feels this empty?
Songs by Jazz of Winter's Thrall. You're listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio. This is Lord Rick. I take a break, I take a break and I come back. I'm like on steroids. I'm all pumped up, man. I'm ready to do this show tonight. Because you know what? We're in season 6, and some people, I told you guys I may not come back. I really did not know what was happening. My life got really rough with divorce court, trying to find places to live, packing, and everything else. And I can't leave it. I cannot leave Angel of the Night Radio. I love my fans. I love my members. Our group's another story because, see, most of you fans don't really come from the groups. You guys come from MySpace. You guys come from live video. Some of you I've known for years. When you know somebody for years, you're like family, man. I mean, that's what it's like, and we're all one big family. And I want to thank all you fans tonight for coming on out because we got more to come. The show is just, like I said, it's endless. It's badass. I don't know when I'll be back. I just know that this is the start to season 6, and I think it started off pretty fucking good. But you guys rock, and the show ain't over till I say goodnight. And I will take you to the moon and back, just like season 1. But I don't think there's a moon, and if there is a moon, you ever notice when people kind of go crazy? Well, I've noticed lately with the moon phases, people are going like nuts, Like I said, that father was like grinding his teeth, and then, this girl, like, there's little Miss fucking Priss next door, and of course the weed whore I met was acting weird. I don't know what the deal is, but you guys like Craigslist, don't you? You guys like Craigslist humor. And speaking of Craigslist, I always try to do these little jokes. And I think we're going to go ahead and do some Craigslist blurbs tonight. You guys, some of them are very offensive, but, I was talking to somebody I went on a date with, and we sat down, and she said that 25 prostitutes were arrested at South Point on Craigslist. So I've been going on Craigslist, and you know what? Craigslist is dying. There's like no post anymore. Like 25 prostitutes were posting 3-4 ads a day of all different types, just anything randomly, even like 3-word things with the phone number, or email me, blow and go, and for roses. And so they did a huge sting, and they arrested all these prostitutes. And thanks to the hard work of Angel of Thy Night exposing these women, we have done a very good job at keeping the cities clean. Lord Rick, you're president in 2012. Like I said, you got to do good deeds if you're going to be president, right, guys? Good fucking deeds. We'll get to the Craigslist first, then I want to get to some really dirty jokes to tell you guys, and then we'll jump back to some live roasting, because I got other people I'm roasting tonight. But anyways, here's one. Closet cock craver. I'm just looking for a fuck buddy, not a soulmate. I am curvy and very sensual. You will love my boobs. Love your boobs. You know what's disgusting? Guys, you know what's disgusting is when you meet a girl, you're like, I like big tits. But what's the limit with big tits? Okay, because this girl I met had watermelons when I met her, and you just fucking, I said there's no way, I was telling her. So anyways, this girl's, flashing her boobs on Craigslist. Okay. Here's one. Amazing ninja extraordinaire. I would love to find someone to hook up with occasionally. I'm a wild, crazy girl who is looking for a little fun. Must be safe. Disease-free. Not looking for drama, but fun. I'm friendly, love to talk about different things that will keep the conversation going. And I'm the type of person who does not go looking for things. I let it come to me. And my number one motive is that I will trust you until you give me reason not to trust you. I like tall men, nice eyes, compassionate spirits. You also have to be really good in bed. Sorry, go with the flow. The worst thing she said in this ad, you guys want to know? you have to be good in bed. When you get my age, you don't know if you're good in bed, okay? I mean, that's the thing. When you're married for like a decade and then you're with other women, you're like, am I good in bed? But see, the thing is, I spent 10 years of my life living in open marriage, so I've been with many, many type of females. And, you know, I seen an interview with Hugh Hefner for Playboy, and we do cover celebrity news, and he says, I don't know how many partners I've been with, but he goes, quite a few. That's what I say, quite a few, too. But see, I have different partners, like in the desert, in abandoned places, fucking vacant houses. It's like that freaky type of sex, and I'm sitting there on MySpace, you know. I'm sitting there, I'm posting ads. I'm thinking, let's get into trouble on Halloween. It's like, what kind of trouble could we get to with Halloween? We could go out to Area 51 and we could smash pumpkins, okay? Everybody can grab a pumpkin. We'll throw fucking pumpkins out the goddamn window and smoke fucking bud. All right, that's what paranormal investigating should be like. All right, we don't need to see no taps. You guys need to see Lord Rick. We're gonna work on getting a production eventually going. You see Lord Rick, you'll see me throwing pumpkins and fucking smoking and everything. I don't care, man. I don't care. But we're talking about Craigslist humor here, you know. And I've been on Craigslist a lot because I use it in an entertaining type of way. Here's one. You want some of this pussy? I know you do. I'm a Latino looking for a man to come over tonight and fuck the shit out of me. I'm into all races, mainly Latin and white guys, be height, weight, proportionate, DDF, and between the ages of 21 and blah, blah, blah. If you have a big dick, it's a plus. LOL. Please send a pic with your response of your email, or, you know, she's basically not going to read it if you have no pic or whatever. She's 150% real. I never knew there was 150%, but okay. And she hopes to hear from you soon. And I know that this girl is a prostitute because I have had the luxury of emailing this girl. And the girl she said, why do you sell your ass? I asked her, so why do you prostitute yourself? She says, it's not about, you know, it's about what a man wants. And if he wants it, he'll be willing to pay for it. And she said, you know, it's what a man wants. This is a Latina girl, you know, she got the blonde hair, fucking streaks, and big boobs and everything else. But Craigslist, all the girls are getting fucking arrested, man, and I think it's fucking hilarious. It's like, I've been talking too much on my radio show getting the public's attention, you know? It's like, sorry, ladies, but unfortunately when, you know, you sit there on Craigslist and you're trying to post ads for free TVs and you know, clothes and different things, and you go in there and got hookers fucking emailing you, like, for 50, you could have a nice lunch special. It's like, what am I gonna fucking eat? Goddamn fucking tuna casserole? Jesus. Follow the yellow brick road. This is a woman here. I'm off to see the Wizard in the Wonderful World of Oz. Before I get there, I want to know if the wizard will have some emeralds. I don't know about you, but I got some fucking jewels. I got some precious jewels between my legs. There's your goddamn fucking emeralds. We're off to see the wizard. Well, you know, you can't beat that. If you're off to see the fucking wizard, then you're off to see fucking Lord Rick. I feel like emailing this girl, and I feel like this is what I feel like telling her. I am the Wizard of Oz. And see, what do you think she's going to say when I tell her that? You know, she's going to look at me like I'm crazy, but it's like, hey, you know, miraculously to survive what I've survived and to still be here, that's a miracle in itself. And like I said, I came close to death many times. Need help bad. Hi, can have whatever you want. Bring drinks, it's free. All of it. Email me for a phone number. Basically, and then she signed it, Sucking Ashley. Here's my response to you, Ashley. Okay? She says, this is basically bring your own beer. BYOB. Bring them. You would show up with, I would show up with like Milwaukee or some old Milwaukee. You show up with something like really nasty, like a nasty fucking beer, like piss beer. If you bring a six-pack, you're like, I can have anything I want. Okay, Ashley, get on your fucking knees. I'm going to fucking contact this girl, okay? And I'm going to tell her, look, I got beer. Is that cool? And I will let you guys know in the future what happens with that, okay? I'm serious. I'm going to write this person as of tomorrow before I shut down my computer and move into my new place. I want to see what Sucking Ashley has to say to us. But you're listening, folks, to Angel of the Night Radio. Here's one for you, someone normal. Every time I'm on Craigslist, I get too many weirdos. I live by Trop in Windmill. Wouldn't mind meeting at In-N-Out Burger. I'm Latina, 4'5'4", 112 pounds. Please be D&D free and safe. This girl sells her ass, okay? I'm sorry, but it's true, folks. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've seen multiple ads that let's go to In-N-Out Burger. I think she slipped one time and said I would like donations are accepted. Basically, here's what's going to go on. You're going to meet at In-N-Out Burger. She lives near In-N-Out Burger. She will walk you up to the privacy of her room. And once she sees you're all right, of a decent guy, you're going to hand her the money. She's going to hand you some fucking services. Las Vegas wasn't built on goddamn fucking Indians, cowboys and Indians. It was based on fucking gambling and fucking whores. I live around gambling. I live around whores. Do I meet some of them whores? Yes, I willingly admit I meet some of them whores. I'm not with those whores. I did sleep with a girl with her ass cheeks hanging out, and she demanded weed. Just like the girl I fucked with my pants down being caught. The fucking guy drives by, and when we got back in the car, she only got dick from me for like 2 minutes. Dick, okay? Mr. Happy. I gave her Mr. Happy, just a sample. And she drops me off at my house, and she is like a terrorist, and she starts saying, you give in to my demands. You will eat my pussy. You will fuck me 4 times. She has given me a whole list of things that she wants. She's like, I enjoyed a little sample out in the desert. No, I want more. I want the real thing. So, to be continued, folks. And you're listening to Angel of the Night Radio. This is Lord Rick, your host. I'm live in Las Vegas. Things are crazy. I own Vegas. I am Las Vegas. And this is your god of dark radio. You're listening to Lord Rick. But anyways, we're talking Craigslist humor. You guys like some jokes. I like some jokes, too. I tell some pretty filthy jokes. I find them on the web. Who doesn't like jokes? You guys go on the web, you look around, And the type of jokes I like are very controversial. People say they're racist or, they're too filthy. But here's one for you right now. It's called the pickled penis. There was a lady and she really wanted to have sex, but she was too scared to ask her husband. So she went to a gypsy and she told her problem. The gypsy rummaged around the chest, pulled out a pickle jar with a penis in it and said, all you have to do is open the jar and say, pickle penis, my vagina, and it will start having sex with you. So later she tries out the pickle penis. It works great. That is until her husband walks in and shouts, what the hell is that? And the woman says, it's a pickle penis. Unfortunately, her husband replied, pickle penis, my ass. That, folks, is the type of shit that can happen on the Angel of the Night radio show. I'm going to tell you right now, please do not mess with the pickle penises. A girl's first time. Okay, this is bad. As you lie back, your muscles tighten, you put him off for a while, searching for an excuse, but he refuses to be swayed and approaches you. He asks if you're afraid, and you shake your head bravely. He has had more experience, but it's the first time his finger has found the right place. He probes deeply and you shiver. Your body tenses, but he's gentle like he promised he'd be. He looks deeply within your eyes and tells you to trust him. He's done this many times before. His cool smile relaxes you and to open wider to give him more room for an easy entrance. You begin to plead and beg him to hurry, but he slowly takes his time, wanting you to cause as little pain as possible. As he presses closer, going deeper, you feel the tissue give away. Pain surges throughout your body, and you feel the slight trickle of blood as he continues. He looks at you concerned and asks if it's too painful. Your eyes are filled with tears, but you shake your head and nod for him to go on. He begins going in and out, but with skill, but you are now too numb to feel him within you. After a few moments, you feel something bursting within you, and he pulls it out of you. You lay panting, glad to have it over. He looks at you, smiling, warmly tell you with a chuckle that you have been his most stubborn yet most rewarding experience. You smile. Thank you, Dennis. After all, it was your first time to have a tooth pulled. Naughty, naughty, excuse me, folks, but what were you thinking? I always tell these dentist jokes because I spent some time at the dentist. Like today, I was there 4 hours, and I had talks with multiple dentists. They all said the same thing about my son. They gave me lessons on how to floss and brush for my kid. When he gets lazy, he's 13, so that's the age. But he had braces, and I camped out on the floor at the dentistry. I was on the floor around other dental assistants. I had multiple single moms. I had dentists walking around me, and I camped out on a tiled floor. And we ate gummy bears, like I said. And so, dentist joke, yes, it can come across dirty if you don't say it, if you don't use the right words. But here's another joke. It's called Dying Beaver. Little Johnny was taking a shower with his grandma. He casually asked, "Grandma, what's that?" She quickly replies, "That's my beaver." Little Johnny didn't say a word. 2 days later, he was taking a shower with his mom. Little Johnny asked, "Mommy, what's that?" She replied, "Well, Johnny, that's my beaver." Little Johnny thought for a bit and said, "Well, Grandma's beaver must be dying. Her tongue's hanging out." Oh, that is so bad. Final joke. Like a bulldog, a man and his son were talking about sex. The son asked his father, "Dad, what does a pussy look like?" The dad asked him, "Before or after sex?" "Before sex," the kid replied. The dad said, "Have you ever seen a beautiful red rose with soft rose petals?" "Yes," said the son. "Well, what about after sex?" said the son. The dad replied, "Have you ever seen a bulldog eating mayonnaise?" Oh, those are filthy fucking jokes. Those are enough to make a grown person cry. And I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I mean, you guys are really wonderful. And, some of you stick through the show. I've never had this many listeners. I wanted to thank Mike Digital. I know I didn't mention your name earlier in the show. I get really high and sidetracked, but I want to thank you for helping promote the show tonight. Mike keeps track of our shows, and he listens. And I've been able to actually put our episodes on disc. And, of course, we have season 5 all put together almost. It's taken a lot of work. I have to turn around when I edit the episodes right now. The rest of them, I'm going to be editing them like the presence of a single mom and a couple and kids. It's just like, oh, man, how are we going to do this, man? So it's going to be really hard, but I would like to make season 5 eventually available. But one thing at a time. It's great to be back. It's great to have people here with us. But it's good to have everybody, listen to the show, and everybody can get along here because it's really a drama-free zone. That's the one thing people like about AngelOfThyNight Radio is basically we don't have a lot of co-hosts and things. I pretty much take the helm and I just go off, for 5 hours or whatever. It's still very early. It's 10:30 here. We'll always sit back and relax. We got more to come. I was going to do some Bigfoot talk because this is a paranormal show as well. Then I will go back to the roasting of various people, like I said, because we're doing a triple roast. And we're calling the show Genocide, and we're actually going to probably call Season 6 Genocide. You're listening to Lord Rick. This is your host of AngelOfThyNight Radio. We've been around for a couple years. We're going to be around for a couple more. We're going to be around for many more years to come. This show is far from dying. It's far from over. I want people to know, thank you for your patience. Just being that I was gone a month, 2 months, everybody just waited for the show, and I put it out there last minute because I didn't really you sit there and you contemplate. You're like, should I do a show? Or should I keep everybody waiting in suspense? Because it's the suspense that everybody likes, and that is why we don't host a show all the time. But anyways, some of you guys like the Bigfoot talk, and I try to do a little bit of blotter of previous articles, and I don't know how you guys feel about it, but see, when I lived in different parts of the country, and if you live in certain parts, like if you live in the South, it's all about ghost and the skunk ape. You live up, you live up north, it's about evil demons and houses like The Exorcist, where The Exorcist took place, or whatever the case may be, New York and them evil spirits, and now we're out west, we're sitting here chasing Bigfoot, and some of you might be like, oh, this creature don't exist, this creature's not real. But why else would you want to move to a small town or the woods, knowing, just 20 miles of dirt roads, 50 miles of dirt roads, back roads where this creature could cross any time, night or day, and you're driving down these roads trying to investigate these little cemeteries in these small towns. Imagine coming home on these roads. You might see Bigfoot cross. And of course, I was seriously thinking about getting myself a truck when I go to California, and getting myself something that can at least ride on dirt roads, And we're going to definitely be out there doing some interesting stuff. I wish I could reveal to you guys something special I have planned in California, but I don't want to ruin it for any of you. It's a chiller investigation. It's pretty badass. It's something no group has really done. It's way beyond what you'd expect, really. But it's been sticking in my head, and I gotta follow through. I have to do it, and we will end up doing this investigation. And when the time comes and I do it, you guys will be shocked. So, like I said, we're far from dead. And if you guys like paranormal, I give you plenty of paranormal too during our show. Over the years, we've developed different types of fans and different types of listeners and everything else. And I've heard from a lot of different people that they do like the paranormal talk in the show, because some people are skeptical or they're amazed by it or whatever. And I've been coming across all these people who are into it, but like I said, going out to the ghetto and telling ghost stories, I just don't know how I get myself in those situations. Article is Bigfoot dead. And he said that the ape-like creature said to inhabit North America is certainly one of the most famous and elusive cryptids to date. Yeah, hundreds of years. But there's a lot of hoaxes and frauds, and we're going to take a look at the facts here. March 2004 is an article in the World Net Daily where Bob Hiromo said to have worn a gorilla costume in the 1967 Patterson-Gimlin film. The gorilla suit was said to have purchased from Mr. Philip Morris for $435. This hoax was staged in Northern California, so the hoax really hurt everything, July of August 2008, the biggest hoax of them was perpetrated by Georgia residents Matt Witten and Rick Dyer. And they faked the Bigfoot body in the freezer. Of course, when the ice melted, everyone saw the body was a gorilla suit. That pissed me off. Very recently, another piece of news just published on December 5th. In the Ellen News web caught my eye. Philip Morris had been watching TV claiming that he had sold a Bigfoot costume to Roger Patterson. He had kept quiet all this time, but after the death of Patterson, he felt it was time to come forward and tell the truth. So, of course, the article goes on to say this was to be expected after all. Costume frozen ice had not been declared the body of Bigfoot, and the hoaxers had done their... Basically, I'm going to get down to it, is that they're comparing... There's a lot of UFOs sighted where there's Bigfoot sightings. And when we spent time in Pennsylvania, in Kazua, there was lights in the sky, lights in the woods, mutilations, Bigfoot tracks, just something weird's going on out there, And I have people write me from Kazua Dam, and they're like, why aren't you investigating this area more if it's such a hot spot? And they just don't understand that life's a journey, and you haven't lived life until you can be like live like the 1800s, where in the 1800s they came in off the boat. They lived in San Francisco, and eventually they took a train to New York. And I want to say that I've lived on both coasts. And so generally, when you're a ghostbuster, you want to chase ghosts in all different parts of the country, north, south, and west. I would not push myself to Midwest. I got a friend who's moving in the Midwest, and I'll tell you, if you've been watching the news, there's been a lot of natural disasters. There are tornadoes. What about the tsunami? The tsunami killed a lot of people that came through. That fault line is bad. There might be a super volcano there, and if that super volcano goes off or is going to rise, this Earth will be doomed. This Earth's sun will be blocked out. We will go through an ice age. Super volcanoes happened during the times of the dinosaurs. Nobody knows how the human race would react to a super volcano. It'd be very devastating. So, we got tsunamis happening, earthquakes happening, which is said to be driving Sasquatch further up north in certain regions, such as they're saying that the Bigfoot that are up in Georgia, Florida, the skunk ape and all, they're starting to head north. They're a migrating cryptid. And when the whole reason of me moving is I want to be out in Mother Nature. There's a lot of trails. Those trails at night obviously would be hella scary. You can sit here and, you can make all the fun you want. You can take all that content and put it on the radio show. I mean, so-and-so was chased up by a bear up a tree, These things do happen. And that's basically, when you go looking for Bigfoot, this is a whole dangerous level. You're dealing with creatures, you're in the middle of the woods. And I've been watching a lot about cryptids, and I've seen this thing. There's rivers in other countries where catfish eat people. Man-eating catfish. And there's this river where there's supposedly something that grabbed a cow, tugged it underwater, and at first they thought, it was a giant crocodile, but they don't get that far. It's too cold down the river. And it's the whole thing is that they made a discovery that there are catfish that feed on the dead bodies. They throw dead bodies in there. So the catfish have gotten a taste of flesh. And so when people swim in certain areas that are 28, 30 feet deep in the river, they get yanked down. And what it is that these catfish are this 8 feet tall, 8 feet in length, and they come up and nip at your ankles, but their mouths are so big that your leg gets put into their mouth, and they're so heavy they sink back down to the bottom. So people swimming in the river, there was like 3 or 4 major spots in like a couple-week period where people were getting pulled over or pulled under and never seen again. They couldn't find the bodies or nothing. So can catfish eat human beings? Yes. And I seen the show on it, and I thought, actually I believe it was a part of Monster Quest or something, but I don't know. It was this guy who actually deals with river monsters all over the world, and he did a special on catfish. He did a really good job because, see, you can be a paranormal investigator, and it could be something as simple as it's not a river monster, it's a monster catfish. And up in England, near where Paul's staying, there's a place where people were actually getting bit by pretty big catfish, just fucking attacking. So I cannot say that lake and river monsters actually exist. I can say to a point they do, but I have to say that a lot of deaths are related to catfish, and you guys can look into this. So, when you deal with cryptozoology and you're looking for Bigfoot or all these strange creatures, you got to keep an open mind and remember, it sometimes is not a monster that's doing this. There's sometimes a reasonable explanation. Bigfoot, he is real. He has been around, talked about for thousands of years in every culture. And that's what we hope to achieve. We like to do a lot of naturistic type of investigations where we go out in the middle of nowhere and we get chased and everything else. But anyways, I just want to say, Brack Stockman, thank you for coming in the room. But we we try to deal with all kinds of different paranormal, and people are wondering why he hasn't been seen, and that's why people laugh at me, because Bigfoot gets seen, but we can't have any good proof. We can get sometimes weird hair samples and things like that, but when you're in Vegas, the scariest thing about Vegas is when you leave Vegas, there's hundreds of miles of dirt roads going in canyons with caves, hidden mountains, and it's very spooky out there. And there's mines and there's pits to hell that go. In Searchlight, they have a mine that has a pit that's 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet deep. Can you imagine falling down a 2,000-foot pit? You would die before you'd hit the bottom of the pit. There's places like that out here in the desert, and we deal, there's a lot of UFOs, but when you go out to places like wooded areas, then things lurk in the woods that watch you, and those are the hardest things to catch, even as a cryptozoologist. These things are better in the woods than you are, and you're not going to catch it. It knows you're there for hundreds of feet away. And it's funny because, I have a cat. I call him a lion, a tiger or whatever, a sneezer. He's part of the show. He's sitting here in the chair right now. He thinks he's co-hosting, but his hearing is extremely good. I can almost whisper his name, and he'll be downstairs and he'll come running to me. So if a cat can do this, then a 700-pound creature, approximately 7 to 12 feet tall, would have a high brain capacity. Its senses, it might be able to smell from 2-3 miles away. It'll never be caught. It'll always stay. It'll always hide. It'll always watch. And when you go camping out places like Indian Rock, those places are haunted by heavy spiritual activity. They were Indian villages. If you're the only one camping up there at night, it is very chilling. I had a lady write me anonymously up in Jackson when I was up in California over a year ago, and the lady said, look, there's some UFOs and some strange Bigfoot near where you're camping. She goes, there's shit going on near here. And there was another local who knew the Kensington mines, or whatever they call them. The mines up in Jackson are haunted. People burned alive. They died in those mines. So we go back there because we want to investigate the mines, but at the same time, it's a very cryptid situation. And people, you know, who says that you can't get stoned to be a good cryptozoologist? You know, I find out that sometimes, see, only me could do certain things in life. And I went on a date with a millionaire. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys a story. About 3 weeks ago, I was on Craigslist. I was bored, you know. You guys know how it is. Yeah, you guys. Sorry about that. I had an interruption or whatever of what I was saying, but see, I always get fucking lost. But anyways, okay. Sometimes I get private messages and I have to read them and everything else. But when you're, you know, as I was saying, and getting back onto the paranormal topic, okay, because you guys really like the paranormal bladder that we put out. Basically, if I'm going to find any So we want to put together a better team to look for activity out in the California area. And, you know, I'm going to get back on track with the article because I had gotten thrown off. There's a lot of hoaxers right now. It isn't born. Take a look at the world today. 15 years ago, you'd need a plane ticket to travel across the ocean and visit a friend living in England to see and talk to this person. Today, you only need the internet and a webcam. What is more is digital. There and experience what they experienced in order to maintain or discern the truth. So what do we see as evidence provided? Picture of Bigfoot could easily be a man dressed in a gorilla costume. Footprints could have been hoaxed. Video footage of homini walking amongst the trees and foliage. It's impossible to actually see the shape distinctly. Right now. So I went on a date. I went out drinking with this girl, okay? And, you know, she's like me. She's a toker. She likes this, you know, she's a toker. And she does it. Sasquatch. And she's like, yeah, I got a house in California. And I'm like, is it in the foothills? Because, you know, some of them people that live in them houses out in the backwoods see a lot of strange things and hear a lot of strange things. I used to hear the wolves. I could imagine. Can you imagine on a Halloween crisp night and you hear wolves out in the foothills and you're like trick-or-treating in these small little towns and you hear, you know, it's madness, man. But that is what happens when you're out there in the middle of nowhere. And of course, you know, a lot of people, they sit there and they can denounce that some of this is fake, you know, Bigfoot's fake or whatever, but there's been a lot of articles recently, and I have not set many, but we're going to get back on track so we can bring you guys fresh-to-date ones. And I have different Bigfoots, like the pie green Bigfoot. Since most of you regularly read this blog already know, barely a week ago without some sort of monstrous high strangeness occurring in the vicinity of England, Connect Chase Woods, and now there's an article at the local Chase Post newspaper, and it's I guess that in Britain they have their own Bigfoot too. And of course that one's for Paul when he's listening to Rerun. You can look it up, just type in the pie green Bigfoot. Our Bigfoot Invisible. This is by Lauren Coleman. He's famous. He's on my list. Apparently Art Bell's returning to Coast radio program with a bang. Of course, it's not going to be like our program. I already wrote these people, and they just fucking ignore me. It's like, you don't want the voice of the Lord on your radio program. What's wrong with you? But anyways, I guess what's going on is this may be the first big scientific admission that we currently have that invisible force and people on this planet since the West Coast rumors from the 60s government captivity studies. His sentence makes no sense, but says this may also be big news that tightens up with the sphincters of thousands of overconfident and flesh and blood Bigfoot believers to the point that it causes them to hyperventilate at the mere thought that Bigfoot, in fact, can always been primarily invisible in the higher dimensions. Now they're saying perhaps this will inspire a new market for camouflage hyperventilation paper bags to guard against overreaction in regard to aforementioned natural phenomena. Now they're saying Bigfoot are invisible. That's why we don't see them. I don't know. Ask me. I don't have the answer, you know. But anyways, Lauren Coleman, he's a cryptozoologist. And in my opinion, as I've said in previous shows, I don't think he's a very friendly guy. He's not the type of person I want to camp out with and do the Angel of the Night radio show and everything else, you know. It's just like I said, the Angel of the Night radio show, because of our show we lose actually good people, but we gain good people too. And some of you people out here listening, you guys are great. You know, I'm trying to get some serious topic in before I jump back to humor right now, and then we'll wrap up the show in a little bit. What's your favorite Bigfoot museum? They have a Nessie museum, I guess. And of course, you know, it says UFO, there's a UFO Bigfoot Loch Ness Monster Museum. Excuse me. I'm still actually getting over sickness, but you can actually go, when you go overseas, they have different museums that you can actually learn things from. And I thought to myself, what are we doing here at the Paranormal Ghost Society? What we need is a museum. Maybe just get like a house and just put all the pictures up, you know? Just put them all up all over the walls and everything and just let people come in and we can call that a museum. We'll call it Lord Rick's Museum of Fucking Freaks. Okay, and then maybe now and then in a few photos we'll just post a picture of my ass, see if that grabs people's attention. There you go. Step right up. $5 admission, yeah. Run it like the fucking circus and shit, you know? Bigfoot at Super Bowl. Can't even read it. Super Bowl, blah, 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 blah. Something called the Chaka. It's being portrayed by Saturday Night Live comedian Jorma Taccone. And I guess it's the land of the lost. Television ads at the Super Bowl, you'll be able to spy in the hairy ape-boy character Chaka. descending into the rainforest by a guardian statue left behind by the Altrusians. Hey, no one said posting this about extracting science. It's crypto fiction entertainment, sort of like the Super Bowl. So now the Super Bowl is putting Bigfoot ads. Of course, you got the beef jerky ones and everything else. And people used to laugh, but I'm sitting there with a millionaire talking about Sasquatch, okay? The girl's a millionaire. The girl's got money. I'm not dating her or anything like that, but we went out, we had a good time, and we got in some deep paranormal conversation, you know? And she, you know, sometimes when you're, let's say you're a person with a lot of money, you find out that people don't like you for you. And it's the same thing with the Paranormal Ghost Society. It's, you know, our fans are close. Our members are some of our members are very close, and you know, you bring each other all together through this. But the normal society that hears Bigfoot would laugh. But this girl is very well traveled, so you know, a lot of people see him, a lot of people believe in him, and my goal out in California, my primary goal is when I'm out in the woods at these old mines and in mining towns, there's going to be some of these creatures hiding up in these places, and that's what our aim is, you know. So we're you know, we entertain the public. I mean, our shows entertain the public, but when we go out, it's very serious, and we go out and we have a good time, you know. We really do. Bigfoot and Bizarre Beast. Well, as another year draw closer, it's fair to say in monster hunting circles has been a period of ups and downs. From a positive perspective, there was a center for fortune, zoology, ambitious expedition to the Caucasus Mountains in search of the Russian equivalent of the abominable snowman, the Almasty. See, they have different names in different parts of the world. And it goes on to say on the downside, of course, there was a notorious Bigfoot host that sprung out of Georgia, which I was talking about earlier, and I ripped those guys. And several reports of the lake monsters have surfaced from the depths of 2008, and it'll be available in January, which I believe I talked about already in a previous show. But for me personally, however, the most memorable event of 2008 in terms of monster hunting occurred late January. On the evening of January 15th, I gave a lecture on the memoirs of a Monster Hub book for Texas-based Denton Area Paranormal Society, DEPS, organized and run by a man named Lance Oliver. The lecture went well, and during the course of the evening, Lance happened to mention that he had undertaken investigations of a couple of local stories, legends, and incidents of monstrous nature that felt might be very well of interest to him. And indeed they were. One repeat encounter is a classic goat man, kind of an old bridge only a few miles of the lecture hall, and the other involved a series of Bigfoot sightings of a large body of water called Ray Roberts Lake. I believe that the stories he collaborates, he writes in books. He's skeptical, but you know, he's a businessman. It's, you put the book out, you make the money, you know, and that's basically it. But there was a story about a goat man up in the if it's half beast and half man and it's running on hooves, it's beyond you and I, you know, and that's the thing you gotta. So you see, I live in different parts of the country and I deal with different creatures. Bigfoot is a creature that can go either way. You might see it real quick, cross a path, you might get some odd tracks, or it's going to chase you. And the thing is that get desperate and they are going to fight. And when they get discovered, it's going to be like a war. There isn't a lot of them, but they're going to start attacking, and they're going to get defensive, and people are going to shoot these creatures. I don't think they're invisible. I think they're able to blend in. I think they're fast. They're quiet in the woods. They can tiptoe. They just, they're walking barefoot in pads. But I'm telling you, anything with 700-800 pounds will shake the ground. When I was in Florida, those 600-pound boars, the ground was shaking. It was an earthquake. I thought it was the end of my life, all right? So paranormal investigating, you just never know what it brings. Bigfoot is something we'll work with. Like I said, my life starts tomorrow. I got a new beginning tomorrow, a new place to live. They're great people. They support my work. The fact that I do paranormal, they understand it, and they're very supportive. But anyways, let's finish the story because I want to get on to something really good. As we arrived at the old Alton Bridge, the alleged hangout of the Goat Man, which was constructed in 1884, Lance told me the story, or rather the stories behind the legend. One suggested in the 1960s, occultists in the area had overtly opened a portal that allowed an unholy creature to enter our world unhindered. As a result, he continued, the hellish Goat Man had now made its new home within the deep waters and thick woods of the old bridge. Spooky, yes. Something half beast, half man, obviously, like I said, don't belong here. Second story is weirder. According to legend, decades ago, a local man killed his parents and was hung for the crime. At the moment of his death, the so tall tale went, at least the man's head was torn from his neck. As a result, his ghostly frame returned from the grave looking for a new head, which was duly acquired later one night from a wild goat that was unfortunately wandering around the old Alton Bridge. This sounds lame. Of course, this was surely nothing more than a wild tale spread by local teenagers and thrill seekers, but for me it was yet another case to add to the burgeoning series of the files. Next stop, Ray Roberts Lake, which in time past was the haunt of various Native American Indian tribes, including the Comanche, the Kiowa, and the Kawa. And it was Ray Roberts Lake that in May 1990 the strange animalistic screams were heard late at night, and on a more occasion a giant hairy man-beast was seen on a large hill on the north side of the lake. As I had come to learn, in areas where Bigfoot had been seen, it's not uncommon to find what had become known to the world of monster hunting Bigfoot teepees. These curious structures are basically made of thick branches that look like they have quite literally been wrenched off trees and placed into pyramid formations. Researchers suggested they're made by the creatures as territorial markers. Bigfoot builds teepees, guys. I've just found this out. See, there's always something new to learn. And you're listening to Angel of the Night Radio. And a definitive answer to the construction still eludes, however, I do not exaggerate when I say that the peak of the wooded hill was absolutely infested with such formations. To the left of us and to the right of us, in front of us, behind us, they were everywhere. The whole place reeked of menace and high strangeness. I got a distinct unsettling feeling that the hidden eyes, glowing red eyes too, were watching our move. This was not a good place at all. It was one I could not forget as I sought to add to my burgeoning database of material. Without doubt, 2009 will be me returning to the darkened woods to see what may roam. Nick Redfern, he's a monster hunter. He's a pretty good guy. I don't talk to him, but I'm very aware of who he is. And, being in my line of work, being that I'm a paranormal investigator and stuff, I do meet a lot of well-known people. Since my experiences in Vegas, I've kind of gone underground, I've done a lot, but I haven't done a lot for many months because there are things in this desert that are not human. I can't even tell you if they are cryptid or alien what I've seen out there. I can't. I don't have an answer for it. I just know that in the desert there are things hiding in that brush and things on ridges and mountains, and there's these little canyons, they're 10 feet wide. You go and you look up 100 feet and you got walls on both sides, and there's like shit staring at you. It's just, it's unbelievable. So if you people ever have a chance to go off-road in the desert, do it. Just take your vehicle, leave Vegas 30, 40 miles, take dirt roads for miles, man. If you get stuck, good luck, because once you get stuck, that's when you start seeing things on the hills looking at you. You see glowing lights. It's unbelievable. what is out there. And when I started the Paranormal Ghost Society, back then we were much younger, and, it's like we get these kids that join our team. They're 18 years old wanting to see something. And those days were funny, too. One night, one of my investigators and I, we put on Halloween masks and we went to a billiards hall, and we ran through the whole place, and I chased him with my hands up and my long nails, and he had I think I had a werewolf mask on, and girls were screaming and jumping on pool tables, and people were screaming, and he's running and I'm running. I mean, it was like fucking, man, it was like living the teenage years again, and that's when I post ads in Las Vegas, I'm like, man, I'll meet anybody, I will chill with just about anybody. And so I found out that there are people in Las Vegas who listen to our show too, up in the Las Vegas area. And I was thinking, what if I meet like a crazy fan? So I met, I met this girl and she's crazy. Like all these girls I've been meeting. I met a millionaire. I met a girl who sleeps in the fucking shed. Some girl who fucking drives in a meat wagon. An architect. I met a fucking architect. I don't know what it is, man, but I'm like meeting all these professional women, women that got like fucking have fucking limos taking them around, and fucking women that are like, hey, I designed that casino, and here you are, you gotta bend over the goddamn fucking car like it's fucking Christmas time, Ding, 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 I'm a fucking winner. But anyways, getting out there under the stars the other night made me think that I really want to be out there looking for the paranormal, and I just gotta be a little more careful who I choose to be on our team. Looking for Bigfoot is dangerous because you will go deep in the woods and the climbs. I will tell you what, I am so physically worn out, it's going to be very hard for me to face the mountains. The climbs, the hikes, the jumping. These things are going to hurt me. There's going to be always pain. When I climb down off a rock, I'm going to always have pain and stuff. And I just want to say that if I can go out there and do it, TAPS, they get paid to do what they do, and they get all this promoting and this and this and that, But you got to really look at the guys who are out there doing shit. Mike Digital, you've been a legend in urban exploring. I mean, I will say you've done a lot of stuff, and I cannot say anything bad towards that, You've been to a lot of places. You've been in places that I would see as haunted, or evil or whatever. And just like me, I mean, I'm a legend at what I do. I've stopped for the last few months, but people know, this guy's done over 800 investigations, and I'm proud of it. It's not a contest. It's just the fact of I've seen things that are real. And I can tell you, alien life is real, Bigfoot is real, and ghosts are extremely real beyond even you and me. I can tell you right now, sitting in my studios, I'm in the dark right now, and I can actually sit here and I can feel the presence. This house has been emptied out. There have been high ghostly activity within this home, and I am staying in an abandoned house tonight, and I am hosting AngelOfThyNight radio. This is just an unbelievable thing, to sit here in the house. It's like sitting in the haunted house hosting the show. And, we're in the month of October, and our show really stayed number one, and it really, I just got everybody to thank who came out tonight, and I know everybody left because, sometimes we get people who like the comedy, and sometimes we get people who like the paranormal, and sometimes the people who want the comedy are getting the paranormal, vice versa. So, you try to do different segments hour by hour. Angel, she has new ideas. I would have loved to have her for the show. We're going to get her for maybe a future show. She is going to be our co-host. We're going to be adding her to the page eventually, Our Lady of the Night, it's just not working out, honestly, with her. And, it's too bad. She's got a good radio voice, but she doesn't show to the shows. Well, she shows late, or she'll show and just tune on in quietly or whatever. And what we need to do is I'd like to bring back people as co-host. And I would like you guys to pick my brain. That's what I want my co-host to do. I want the co-host to pick my brain. Because, see, honestly, on another level, there's almost nothing I don't know about the paranormal, and some people are experts at survival, and some people are just experts with dealing with ghosts. And I keep things on a down low. I'm not like on Sci-Fi Network, but on the other hand, the ones that keep things on a down low are the ones who are really getting the real ghost experiences. They're the ones that are really seeing the ghost and dealing with it. So I'm in a haunted house tonight. I'm in an abandoned house. And this is your host, Lord Rick, of AngelOfThyNight Radio. You cannot ask more for an October episode. Moon was out last night, Phil. I don't know if it's out tonight. But, it's just we got breeze. We got this heavy Las Vegas wind blowing in our studio. It's just a perfect night to host the show. A perfect night. And anyways, I'm going to go ahead. And I was going to go ahead and play a song because I want to take a break. It's 11:15. I'm probably, at this point, I think we're going to end the show in about a half hour. So if you can stick it through, maybe 45 more minutes. And I was going to go ahead and play a little bit of music and take a break here. But I wanted to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I like I said, I have no other words to say, but I love you fans. I mean, you guys listen to my show. You guys, even when I got booted for 10 minutes, you guys waited for me. I'm in tears. Tears of joy. It's like I feel like dancing in the rain right now and shit, man. But we played some good music tonight, and I got the perfect song for you. You guys like Halloween? How about I give you a little bit of techno Halloween from a group called Girls Under Glass? Fits the show perfect tonight. You're listening to AngelOfThyNight Radio. We're live in Las Vegas, folks. And we've hosted one of the most #1 shows tonight, and I'm going to continue on with some good radio. You gotta love it, man. We're in the month of October. It's the witching hour, man. It's time to party. We're approaching midnight right now. The show's still growing strong. I know most people had, dropped because it gets pretty late on the East Coast, but surprisingly, we'll probably get a lot of hits on our reruns. And, if you guys decide to listen to some of the reruns in the different archives areas, keep in mind that you got to start from the bottom and work your way up. Otherwise, you'll listen to them out of order. And what I do is I take the segments and I actually put them all together. We download them, we put them together, and then eventually make it available on disc. Of course, we do that because like I said, we want Angel of the Night to live on. I've come to realize that I will die one way or another, whether it's an early age or a later age, I will die. And this show needs to live on after my death. I realize that I've come close to my death so many times. When you sit there and I was riding to the knee doctor, and I almost got in a car accident. I realized, God, life is very precious because you can have your life taken from you just that quick. And it's the same thing on an exploration that we do. You're in the middle of bumfuck nowhere and you got a mountain lion on both sides. It's 50-50 chance you're going to live, But we're serious. We don't have a camera crew chasing us around. Of course, now with the new roommates I'm moving in with tomorrow, they want to be my camera crew and shit. So, I would like to start developing a paranormal household. And this is what I'm going to start working on, is I'm going to find people who want to be a permanent member of the Paranormal Ghost Society and live together. And we can base our operations all living together and plan out various expeditions. I would like to start taking things into a new level. And of course, we're going to get back to roast, and I said I was going to do a triple roast, and sometimes I save things for later, but that honey baby of mine, she's out there listening. It's kind of funny because when you host Angel of the Night Radio, even your own ex listens to your goddamn show, and all the ex-girlfriends and everybody included. But, we got 10 bloopers on the ex. Here's one. Number 1, threw a glass cabinet at my legs. Years ago, she threw a glass cabinet. See, I was married for many years, and I was with a woman who was very, military, came from a military household. So she was very, she was Russian, hot-tempered, very cold family, and, just a bunch of madness she grew up with. So, she was the type that, wanted to get married and run away from Vegas, get away from the parents. And so she married me. But in turn, she had such a bad temper. One time she threw a glass cabinet at me, and the glass went everywhere. A few times she's broken glass where there's my son's got cut on the feet because there was glass all over the house. She'd throw glass. Here's one, blooper number 2. Cooked a candlelight dinner one time, and she went out to the bar and didn't fucking come home. I was sitting there thinking, that's why they battle in divorce. Because, you're trying to get their asses back during the divorce. You're like, fuck, man, I cooked a beautiful fucking filet mignon, and I'm sitting there, and, you're at the fucking biker bar fucking belching and shit. Hid cigarettes, number 3, under the car seats. One time I was cleaning out my car and I found tons of different things hidden under the seats. Look under your car seats, folks, if you are married right now and the marriage isn't going good. Once my ex, now this is a good one, my ex taught a 18-year-old girl how to suck my cock. We were all sitting there. One time I was lying back in bed and the girl was inexperienced and my ex taught her how to blow me. Here's one. Give the woman pogo, Mountain Dew, and cigarettes, and she will be the best husband forever. Number 6, she once took a bottle of pills to try to kill herself. Well, she spit half of them up, but the other half didn't come up, so she ended up passing out against the wall and was pissing her pants, man. So there was she was pissing her pants, and I had to carry her to fucking bed and nurture her with water and oxidate her system and play fucking doctor, bring her back to life and shit, man. But anyways, here's one. Like I said, it's funny because I get every week girls that propose to me. They're like, oh, you host AngelOfThyNight Radio, let's get married. Because these girls want to leave Vegas and go to California, or these girls, you know, Vegas is like, hey, let's go to the chapel and let's get married. It's like, no, been there, done that, no. So anyways, you know, you get married and you elope, you know, you leave Las Vegas and stuff. Number 8, that woman ruined every bank account I ever had. 6 saving accounts, I was able to get a bank account, but, you know, it's like you keep $10 in there and you just save $10 to rent movies for the kids or something. And so I use my debit card, you know, when I want to rent movies and things for the children. And of course I got these little boxes in Las Vegas called Redbox. You know, for $1 you stick your card through and you get a movie for the little kids, you know. And there's all these little movies, but sometimes I like to go to the movie theater, but I go in the movie theater and I like to get fucking ripped, you know, watch these movies ripped. But anyway, 6 of my bank accounts gone. Number 9, she had the dad and the brother end the marriage for her. Boo! Boo! It's just like my ex-girlfriend. Her mom came into my door and was like, my daughter's not going to be with you anymore. Here's number 10 blooper. My ex once bought a car. There was a hole in the gas tank. By the time she would drive it, all the gas would be fucking gone. Well, she ran out of gas or it broke down or something and the cop came by. They towed the car because he looked and seen the gas pouring out of the gas fucking tank. So my ex said, fuck this shit. She didn't obtain a license for 7 years, and so I figured marriage means that is a chauffeur job, where you drive her to work and back and you chauffeur her every day. So you see, marriage, some of you people here are like all for marriage, you know, but then I found a way around marriage. And that's without dealing with the legalities of it. Because I realize that divorce is a business and that it costs you money to file papers, it costs you money to fucking divorce. It's the craziest thing. There's all these stages. You got to take a class. You got to go to mediations. You got to agree on the kids. You got to agree on the property. I already have the property set with her. I own all property right now. All it's just a matter of I'm leaving in December. So we're putting together the last shebang here in Las Vegas. I was thinking about returning to Skull Mines up in El Dorado Canyon. I would have to go during the day. I'm trying to find an entrance into a very evil place. It would be a wonderful finishing to our chapter, you know, our 3rd return trip here. El Dorado Canyon, I actually know some people that live in the town. A lot of people were massacred. There were serial killers. People were killing for gold. El Dorado Canyon has hundreds of caves and mines. There are things down in there. There are demons. There are fucking portals. I don't know. It's just that you don't want to be at the bottom of some of them mines. Let's just leave it at that. But anyways, you know, those were the 10, I can't even speak tonight, you know. I went over the paranormal bloopers, and I did tell you I was going to do a triple roast. Here's the 10 stupid things I find about you, and I'm just going through them. But if here's a good one. If you find me the meth, I will go on the diet that you've always wanted. I used to tell my ex, I was like, slim down, honey pie, slim down, you know. Well, if I did a little meth, I would clean the house and lose all the weight and be like a crackhead. Here, number 2, I blame being fat on you. Now she's like, now, bitch, take me to McDonald's. I want 3 double cheeseburgers. If you bought my ex the double cheeseburgers and you put it with ketchup only, you would almost get blown. My ex was crazy for double cheeseburgers at McDonald's. Here's number 3. ROTC put me in command. So I dated her fresh out of high school, so, you know, she was accustomed to being in ROTC. She was the lead commander of the pack. Carried on into the marriage. Number 4. I don't want romance now. Plug your nose and let's go crab fishing. Ho-ho. Number 5. She said I tried to kill myself, but I'm not nuts. Number 6. gambled away the entire house and apartment. That's not good. Number 7, give me cigs, Mountain Dew, and I will fucking love you forever. True love comes, certain women will truly love you if you provide them with what they need. Cheese, Cheetos, bonbons, and fucking candy. Number 8, I know your son is yours. Just don't know which spooge was what. That's a bad one. But do you ever guys ever watch those talk shows like Oprah and you got Maury Povich and these girls, these wives, they cheat and they don't use a condom or birth control and they don't know whose baby it is. It's like, who's your daddy, And basically, many years ago when I was in a marriage, my ex was with somebody around the same time we had my one son. And of course, the excuse was with women when they sleep with multiple partners at the same time and get pregnant. They're like, I know it's yours. And you ask them, how do you know? Well, I just do. I just know. And it's kind of funny because I got to go to court. I was subpoenaed to court. And I got to see my ex in court, And I got to face her, and it's like my son's like, oh, God, why do we got to see her? And we have to see her pregnant because she's pregnant possibly with my child, So the court system's funny because, like, this month I got such a busy time. My son goes to 2 more dentist appointments, and so I get more adventures at the dentist, which you guys will hear about as I'm camping on the floor for 4 hours and everything else. But, I have divorce court this month. I have court for a ticket, and I have court for an ex-girlfriend. And of course, that's why I'm going to tell you folks listening, is you never want a marriage that's legal. You want a spiritual marriage, because once it's on paper, it's like you got to fight the judge to get the divorce. You got to be like, look, man, I just want the divorce, please, just sign the papers, let me get out of here, I got to go to California, I got to go swim with the great white sharks, thank you, man. But anyways, my marriage was like Married with Children, you would do this and do that, and you'd have like Peggy Bundy, who was like, come on, Al, when are we going to have more sex? And you're like, oh my God, But anyway. I guess went out of whack, and she went nuts on me, and calls the cops for going nuts on me. And of course, the thing is with cops, when girlfriends and boyfriends fight, what they do is they just say, go your own way or whatever, but they will sit there and they will just pick whoever, they will flip a coin. Luxury that we do. We sit here and we host the shows, nobody pays us, but we're able to reach millions of people from all different countries. And if that freedom was taken away, imagine how you would feel, imagine how I would feel. On control and taking them away to a point where your children are not going to be able to enjoy the things that you and I enjoy. it's people like me and them who are really just out there to look for the strange. And of course, bringing, when I can sit here and tell you guys about a creature I've seen on the radio show, it gives me Our Christmas episodes last year were stellar, and this year we may not be able to do it, so I'm glad a lot of people came out, because I may not be able to do many more shows. I'm not saying I quit, it's just that I need a place to be able to do my shows. I'm going to do one more segment of our show, and then we're going to turn around and we're going to wrap it on up. I was going to go ahead and play the Song of the Dead, and of course this is by Jez. Jez told me to tell you fans of the Angel of the Night radio show he's got more music coming for you guys. This is stuff, and we'll go ahead and we'll get it on out there. Song of the Dead. It's basically, this is what it's going to sound like on a CD. I got a hold of it, and we'll be back in a couple.
Suffocate slowly and surely, sucked under by my own life.
doing some funny blurbs. You know, I want to wrap up the show in about 15 minutes. I wanted the show to at least go to midnight tonight, 7 to midnight, and I've done a good job on it. We have Sneezer in our studio, and there's a funny story about Sneezer. You see, the other day, Sneezer was missing, and I was looking all over for him, and I was, it's like... But, like I said, this roommate's done. But at the time, I could not find him, and I went out to move my car into the garage, and Sneezer was sitting in the back seat. Sneezer wasn't lying down. Sneezer was sitting there, and then he went to the middle, and I felt something hairy touching. Scratched the concrete because they were just like running, across the grass and shit. But anyway, Sneezer, scared the fuck out of him. You remember the stuff, how this white stuff would like attack people and consume them, or the blob.
I suffocate slowly and surely, sucked under by my own life. No forgiveness or peace, no respite, at the least just the rain and the
the way it was portrayed, it was very good. It kept your attention. This one, you just knew, he was going to constantly be killing. And there was a lot of gore in it. My son said he really didn't like it, and he's a huge horror buff. So we take all the kids to the park and everything else, but this girl's out there doing the garden, and she got her ass cheeks hanging out, and she's like fucking Filipino girl, and she's like and I'm fucking sitting there looking, you're thinking, Jesus, man. Here's one, as I was saying earlier, I was playing Realtor, and I'm like, ladies, I'll reduce your and I had found a Spanish fucking girl, she was like 100 pounds, long hair to the ass, and she ended up backing out of the house deal. She wanted the master bedroom. She's like smiling, it's like, it's mine. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, I can't wait to live with this bitch. This bitch is hot. Watermelon. I was like, I don't know, man. So I found out that that's genetically altered watermelon, and it lacks, there's certain tastes that it lacks, and it isn't very sweet. And I have learned that sit here for 5 hours and do that. My son, we went to the wrong apartment complex. We've been house searching, and I couldn't even say anything, and she goes, "Not interested." We knocked again, same thing, "Not interested." So we walked away, and I told my son, I said, "You're gonna knock on the door, because that lady who's shouting out her window, that's not her fucking door. She lives upstairs, I told her, "I'm not knocking on your door. I'm knocking on this door." And she started fucking yelling out the window shit. And I'm like, "We better get going, man." We found out that we were at the wrong apartment complex. But hey, I'm not insane. I just lose my car when I went to court, when I went to Albertsons, and of course, now it's like even at an apartment. I was 20 miles in the back of a dirt road and something was chasing us, but like that article that I read said, without definitive proof, adventures, or paranormal urban exploring adventures, if you want to call it that. And we're back, folks. Angel of the Night. At Taco Bell 4 times, 4 different days. And she started having a friend with her, belching and burping too. Well, I found out her friend and I were also chatting at that is a pig on the phone, thank you. So I'm thinking to myself, is this the type of girl that this man really wants to date? $1,000. I've seen it, and that's why I didn't get to move in the house, because he owed a $1,000 fine and no longer wanted it. I'm trying to change that. I really am. I would love to change it. I don't think that it's fair that people are getting robbed. Parking tickets that are... I thought, man, where did you get your degree? Because I guess that makes me an attorney too, right? I mean, since I'm, by myself here, me, myself, and I against the whole family, You gotta love it. I was going over some things, and I found out that the Grail, the Holy Grail, may not be across seas after all. That the Holy Grail, in fact, might be in a place called Kensington, North America, by the Great Lakes, on the Canadian side, because the Knights of Templar and the Vikings both had stones with a mix of runes on them, but Knights of Templar type of things too. And they were trying to put it together because there's some key hints to the Holy Grail, or there's an area where it like points to. So the Holy Grail could be in America. I do not know its powers. I do not know the value of actually having ownership of the Grail. What I've always been curious of is if this article, if they ever find it, they will make a replica and they will have the real thing. They will have the real thing hidden in a vault at the Vatican, because I believe that the Grail has the power to make you immortal. And I believe those who drink from it could become immortal. I don't know if the powers of that Grail are true, but I've always thought about how wonderful it would be to find the Grail and to be able to drink from the Grail and induce immortality. Technically, our souls are immortal, but to be a physical immortal being, you would go through the years living on Earth, seeing every phase and change possible. You would see everything up to the end of the world, the apocalypse, which some say is going to be in another couple hundred years when the sun decides to blow up or whatever. Actually, about 1,000,000 years when the sun decides to turn into a red giant and swallow the Earth. But History Channel has, I guess, 9 or 12 different ways the Earth can end. And there's all these things that are so close that could go either way and cause the apocalypse on this Earth. I guess that the planet Mercury, I think it's Mercury, could possibly collide with Earth. There's something that can make it collide right now. There's all different kinds of phenomena that can cause the end. Those tsunamis are amazing because, if an asteroid were to hit the ocean, the tsunamis would wipe out cities like New York City like nothing. A tsunami that would be 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, it's going to wipe out states like New Orleans, Florida, So we got to take these into consideration. And even going to California, we still have the obstacle of dealing with earthquakes. Even if we're investigating in San Francisco, a cemetery, what do we do if we get hit with an earthquake? What if we're on the bridge when the earthquake happens? That's the kind of shit that happens. You get hit with things unexpectedly, even if you were on a paranormal investigation. I seen something on Jurassic Park, or Jurassic dinosaurs here, and I was wondering, I know that there's islands like New Guinea and where they have cannibals at one time or whatever. Those islands still claim to have pterodactyls and things on them. They've had people they've been sending out to those islands to investigate, and I guess they're either pterodactyls, thunderbirds, or whatever, but at night they give a luminescent glow. And I seen that program, and I thought it was really interesting because, the thing is that I don't think dinosaurs are extinct. I think in the most remote parts of the world that dinosaurs actually exist. I was sitting there, and, we have our enemies. There's this guy, his name's Road Wolf. He's on the internet, and we call him an ass pirate and everything else because the guy has been, he's infatuated with me for the last couple years, actually for a good 5 years, and he opens up these websites that talks about me, paste my blogs, my personal ads, and we set a team on in there to investigate his sexual turn-ons, and of course we're going to go through them real quick. Number 1, loves a finger in the ass. Number 2, being nude with men and women in the woods. Number 3, BBCs. Number 4, loves chunky fat women. Number 5, ham radios. Number 6, girls in drag. Number 7, female female cops. Number 8, sexy clowns. Number 9, my penal pump. And number 10, drum roll, Lord Rick. And folks, you're listening to Angel of Thy Night Radio. You know, don't you just hate when girls say I'm a model and you're like thinking, okay, from what part down? I have been meeting models lately too. And the models I'm meeting have nice bodies from like titties down, but their face looks like a man. And it's like, man, you got a man's face but a woman's fucking body. There is nothing, you know what I've been having a problem with, guys? I've been playing the dating game because I'm really, single now, more so than when I was married in an open marriage. And I'm finding out that a lot of girls have man faces. I don't want a girl with a man face. I want a girl with a nice, cute little baby face, Give me some fucking Julia Roberts. Give me some goddamn, like the girl from fucking Laguna Coil or fucking Evanescence or something. The Amy Lee, But it is true, the older you get in this dating game, the more fucking weirdos you're bound to attract. And I was playing the dating game for a long time, And I noticed that lately, like, my type of women have changed. At one time it's meeting trashy Florida girls. Now I meet millionaires, girls who are dentists, doctors, fucking nurses. I meet all kinds of professional people. I mean, and I hang with the best. But, I met a model the other day, and I'm telling you right now, I'm thinking, I hope you are a goddamn foot model because your nails, your pedicure is fucking beautiful. But, man, fucking man jaw, man nose, man cheekbones. I didn't fucking kiss her. I didn't fucking kiss her on the lips. God fucking no. Like I said, I drink from the Holy Grail and you just fucking lock me in a crypt. Open me up in a couple hundred years when women become more advanced. Like when they have these Amazonian women on like fucking hoverboards and shit, It's like cool, man. I'm going to get stoned and ride on a hoverboard with some fucking broad, But anyways, it's just you meet all these people, like I said. We just went through and we just roasted fucking Road Wolf. And I always do a little segment on him because, it's just apparently he likes the attention. So, we'll give him the attention. But he just, the guy comes around and he knocks other people. For whoever they are, but it's like, man, look at your lifestyles and beliefs and shit. But at last, when you're the good little altar boy and you're on your fucking knees, cuckoo, ka-choo, something's not going to be right when you get a little bit fucking older, alright? You'll be a little bit of a screw loose. And that's what happens, man. Cuckoo, fucking ka-choo. And of course, my roommate and I parted ways tonight. Like I said, he gave me a patch. And he was like, "Oh, you gotta get back out of here, man. You gotta get out of my fucking house, yet the bank owns it." And he's just snooping during the radio show and everything else. But it's like, thank goodness I'm moving. Him and this girl used to have sex, and you'd hear him moaning and her moaning. And the fucking kids are like hiding in closets. They're like, "Dad, I do not want to hear this shit. This is disgusting." But some people in America like to have loud sex. And I guess it was, that's what's been going on. And, he wanted to have one last bang a few days ago before he left the house, or left me with the house. He was pissed because, see, in this house, when I moved in, the electric bills went way, way up. The problem is that I don't use no electricity. I'm actually like the Amish, So he never got it checked, but there's a switch on the air conditioner, and I don't know if you people know anything about air conditioners, but if the switch doesn't get fixed, it runs your bill up $15 a day to run air. The house I currently am at has a dual air conditioner, so it's double the air conditioning bill because you run air upstairs and downstairs. So the electric bills were really high because this summer, the electric was just amazingly caused that switch to keep flipping on. Now, in the month of October, Vegas is cool enough to leave all the windows open with no air conditioning at all. So, people say, hey, is it beautiful in Vegas? I would say the best times I will not investigate in the summer, but the best times to investigate are October, later October, November, December, January, and February. Those months are the months that you really want to go out into the desert. The desert's empty, and that's where you're going to see your aliens and all those things. And of course, you know, it's really fascinating because all I can do is tell you guys, from experience, there's stuff out there. And you just got to go out, you just got to do it, man. But anyways, my roommate would have been out a week earlier, but he blew his money on an 18-year-old stripper. And she conned him out of his entire wallet for her to sit in his lap the whole night, off and on. So he spent like, I don't know, $800, you know, and he just kept feeding her money in one night. So, you know, the girl is like, you know, leaving the fucking strip joint. She's like, I made $1,000 tonight. And what's really sad about most of the strippers is that they do a lot of meth. And of course, because they like to stay up, they like to buzz, they like to have a lot of energy and all. So all that money, you know, $5,000 gone in a week on meth. And there's a big meth problem here in Las Vegas. And of course, you know, the cops, they're trying to crack down on prostitution on Craigslist and meth and everything else. And it's just, this city has just gotten so fucking out of hand, man. But anyways, you know, I've hosted a good show tonight, and I really put a lot of effort into the show because honestly, if I don't find another studio to do my work at, I'm going to have to postpone the rest of Season 6, because Season 6 is supposed to run through October, November, December, and maybe the beginning of January. And, of course, we don't know. We don't know if we're going to find another place, because we're moving into a very small location, and there's going to be a lot of adults around and children around, and there's just no feasible way to do the show or adult radio like we've been doing. But I wanted to do the show tonight to let people know that if I am back for a Season 6, you got to guarantee that I will finish it, that I will finish the season. So even if I do not finish it for a few months, we will be back, folks. We will be back. And I wanted to thank everybody. You know, I want to thank Mike Digital for helping me out and promoting the show. I just fell off my chair just now. Of course, you know, something like that always happens. And we've had some good times in this studio, you know. We've had a lot of good times, but we've also had good times at our old studio when we had the balcony and everything else. And I was going to go ahead and I was going to either DJ for a little bit tonight and give you guys one last episode of Nightfall. And, you know, I figure if I DJ a little bit, that'll also give you guys a little bit of music to, you know, pinpoint with the show. That way you guys got a good talk show, but you also got music. And of course, you know, it was funny because everybody says, Rick, you can certainly talk someone's ear off. You could sit there and host, you know, but I used to listen. I sat there and I've been listening to a radio of other hosts, and I realized that our show and a few of the legends out there really come close. Howard Stern, he's on the air for 5 hours sometimes, and I never get bored of the guy. I never get bored. And I hope that some of you feel the same way about our show. It's like you could listen to episodes over and over from a few months ago or 6 months ago or a year and a half. You can listen to them, and you know, there are some parts where it's just like, whoa, Rick's lost in another fucking world, and there's other times it's like I put key elements in our episodes, and I'm like, I put little key paranormal things and see if you guys catch on. Because every show has a little bit of paranormal knowledge from me in it. And, of course, we, you know, mix in the humor and everything, but, like, I've given you guys hints about 2012, what might happen, or how you can prepare. I will warn you that when you go shopping in 2012, closer to the date this is going to happen, please know that the stores will be ransacked. There will be looting, and you will have a hard time stocking up on food. Nothing might happen, but humans are self-destructive, and humans will kill to have extra spare canned goods before the solar rays hit Earth. I don't think nothing will happen. I don't think that in 2012 that there's a ray of sunshine's going to destroy this earth. I don't know. If it causes a breakdown in our atmosphere, yes, we will cook. The radiation will cook us. And that's what I focused on in the last season, was mainly that. I wanted to drill you guys. I wanted to drill our fans with that information. Paranormal radio is so mainstream. You know, there's a lot of paranormal shows. I've noticed that a lot of them interview this person, that person, and that's all great and everything, but you know, the whole thing is that our paranormal radio show is straight up. You know, there's no bullshit. It is what it is. I'm a guy that goes out there. I'm very banged up. I've pulled a lot of fucking bad stunts over the years. I'm a banged up fucking guy going out there looking for ghosts and fucking Sasquatch and UFOs and everything else. And I've had many investigators over the years. I've met many people over the years. And honestly, guys, a lot of people don't last. They don't last doing what we do. We go out, we hike miles in the mountains, and people are not up for it. They're not cut out for it. It's the hardest thing to do when you're stuck in the middle of nowhere and something taunts you and physically slaps you, and you got miles back to safety, miles back to the car. That's the work we do. And people sat there and they're just like, Rick, you know, I've had a lot of people who are interested in my work in Vegas. I've had in the last 2 weeks, I've had at least 15 to 20 paranormal conversations with people from Las Vegas. You know, people out in Vegas, and they don't even know what urban exploration is. They don't even know what investigating is. And, you know, it's like Vegas doesn't have a lot of abandonments. You got to travel to places like castles in England. You got to go to the East Coast where there's factories and stuff. But all of them have ghosts. You know, and you can definitely go in these places, and if anything, you can get good pictures and stuff. But, you know, I'm about to close the show. And I noticed that our show did stay #1 for a pretty long time. I seen the live video. I seen our it get up to about 100 and maybe 14. And of course that, you know, that's a great number of listeners. Plus we had like 60 in the chat room. And then I can't even calculate the widgets from MySpace. We can't calculate them or anything, but we have widgets set up, and what I wanted to start doing is getting people to put widgets up on their pages for us, so that way when we broadcast, we can try to capture as many listeners as possible. I don't want to compete. I've seen a lot of drama and fighting with, I'm not going to mention names, but I've seen a lot of it going on amongst people, and you know, I don't know if it's because some people think it's a competition or who's got the better show, but I don't. I'm here to host. I'm here to have a good time. I am here to get along with everybody who tunes in. I'm here to host for you guys. It's very hard for me to host a show. I'm very energetic, so I have to walk on both my knees, which are bad. And I put a lot of energy into the show, you know. I sat there at my son's dentist tonight, and I thought, well, I'm sitting here, what can I do for the fans, or what can I do for the members tuning in? Because we wanted to make the show better, you know. I mean, I sit here and I watch TV, you know, and I watch things that I can talk about and bring to your attention as listeners. And, of course, if you come in the chat room and you want to ask me a question, go ahead and pick my brain. I welcome it in future episodes. Right now, for Season 6, we're going to work on a couple things here. We're either going to host the show from another location other than where I'm living. I have to find a studio for us to work out of in Vegas. The show will probably be airing in Sacramento in the other half of Season 6 if we can complete, you know, the November shows and December shows here. Basically, right now, as it looks, I will be going out there. I'm here in Vegas trying to wrap up court with my ex-girlfriend, court with my ex-wife, and basically that's all I'm really waiting on, and it takes a couple months. So, you know, we're going to get out of here. I actually, it's kind of funny because I've lived with roommates many, many years now, and me and my kids are so happy to live with the roommates we're going to be living with because they're really great people. You know, they're like me totally, and that to me is what matters, you know, when people are kicked back and they're just like, dude, let's play some Left 4 Dead on the Xbox 360, and let's be friends. But I always tell people what I do, you know. They're like, what do you do? And I'm not unhappy. I'm a self-proclaimed author, and I wrote 2 books. And, you know, I've done a lot of investigations. We are in like episode 55 or 56. The only episode I did not get the 4th of July episode I did this year, a few months ago. I did not save it. It was a half hour long. It was just a surprise episode on the 4th of July. I ended up not saving it, so that's not going to be on disc of season 5. Unless someone saved it and can send me the flash video file, I would fucking appreciate it, man. You know, sometimes you smoke a little bit of weed and you get a little bit forgetful, you know. It's amazing how it stimulates brain growth, but at the same time, you know, you smoke a joint and you're at the grocery store and you come out and you're like, I know I parked somewhere. But actually, you know, I'll tell you what, I'm very proud to be a toker. I've had some girls that were ignorant, you know, they're like, I don't hang with guys that do drugs. Weed's not a drug. Those women, those lesbians that were going to have me move in, they told me I could smoke out in the shed and stuff. But Jehovah Witnesses, tattoos, and piercings are not a good combination. And anybody who knows the Jehovah Witness culture or spiritual practice or religion also knows that it's very strict, and you know, things like snake bites and eyeball rings and tattoos and cock rings and everything else is pretty forbidden, and Jehovah will zap you and kill you and castrate you and everything else, from what I've been told, you know. Jehovah sounds like a fucking cult and shit, man. All religions are cults, but you know, strict religions sometimes make me wonder that you spend your whole life listening to them, following them, and in the end it doesn't, you know, you waste so much time, it inhibits your learning. But anyways, on a good note, folks, I will be moving into my new place tomorrow. I've been in a couple places the last week or so, but I'm back to my old place where we've been hosting our show. And of course all my stuff's piled up, and I have to make, right now I have a pile of stuff larger than my car, and I have to find a way to make it fit in my car, including a desk. And I have to either make one trip tomorrow with all my belongings, including Sneezer, with me. And it's going to be one of the hardest things to do. It's like, come on, there's no way my Subaru is going to fit all of us in the stuff. So, because the thing is that I am going to end up moving very, not far out of Vegas, but on more closer to a mountain here in Vegas that has many hiking trails. And of course, on the other side of the mountain is just, you can see lake, you can see desert. And of course, you know, it is a mountain. I was going to climb to the peak last year ago and get photographs to put on the site. We never did it. I'm thinking about actually doing it, bad knee or not. You know, it's like, I guess they can call me One Crutch Willie or something, you know. You can't call me One Crutch Lord Rick. It just doesn't go together. Call me One Crutch Willie. And I'll just stick the one crutch on my arm, and we'll just hike up the mountain, you know, with the joint sticking out of my mouth or something. Take a picture of that, you know. But anyways, you know, like I said, it's been a drama-free zone. And of course, excuse me, of course, you know, everybody that showed up tonight, I want to wish you guys peace. And I was going to turn around and I was going to end up doing a little bit of DJing tonight, just playing a little music. I can't seem to chat in the chat room on live video tonight. It's really not letting me. That's why I haven't been typing in the chat room. So I just, you know, I wanted to address people by voice. I wanted to thank Bobby for coming out, Mike Digital. I don't know, I mean, who else came out? I did not pay attention, but you know, I got nothing against anybody right now. The only foreseeing person I see in my life that's caused me havoc is a fucking 30-year-old boy, fat boy named fucking Road Wolf, who flags my roommate ads, who harasses me or has people harass me, you know, trying to discourage me from finding a place. Just straight up fucking rudeness, you know, trying to keep my kids off the streets and host this radio show, and then you got some dickheads who are trying to fucking flag your ads. And luckily, I was very lucky because I've had, in the last few days, where I met some dishonest people who tried to steal from me and take my money and stuff, I was lucky enough to find somebody who told me, hey, move in, pay me in a couple weeks. But technically, on a good note, I have a warrant for my arrest for a speeding ticket right now. So I have to pay a speeding ticket from a year ago that I got on a paranormal investigation. Driving in the desert, and he marked me for going a few miles an hour over. He radared me from the back, which we have no idea how he did it, but, you know, I mean, was he, like, pointing the gun behind his shoulder, like, yeehaw, like, this is the fucking Wild West? Just point the radar gun, you know, it's on the cord. It's like I'm gonna turn it towards the back when I'm driving. I don't know. I think it's a bunch of bullshit, and I think cops are always trying to make money. I wasn't guilty. I was going the speed limit. He ended up, I think, gunning somebody coming down the opposite side of the road. And if it's one thing I can't stand, it's fucking corrupt cops. You know what I'm saying? What is it with, you know, there's a hot girl that moved next door and I'm moving out. You know, she's a hot blonde and her ass cheeks always fucking hang out, and she just moved in like 2 days ago. Can someone tell me why, when you're about to move out of a place, like the whole neighborhood gets filled with hotties? Cute girl across the street, cute girl next door. I have cute girls living on all sides of me right now, and I have to give that up. Give that up. Lord Rick, he's going to the hood. It's the truth. I'm going to the hood for a while. I'm going to spend a couple months in the hood. I'm going to play a little basketball with the niggas. I'm going to play a little basketball, and we're going to do this, man. We're going to do this. You know, it was funny because during the show I've only been given like bits and pieces to my life, you know. Everybody wants to know what's happening to Lord Rick. No, Lord Rick is no investigating, no, you know, no radio show or anything like that. But we've covered a lot tonight, and honestly, I'm getting tired. I will do a little DJing for a half hour, but, you know, when I went to the knee doctor and stuff, it's kind of funny because the knee surgeon smiles constantly. And, of course, I would be smiling, too, if, you know, I was the one doing the surgery, not having the surgery. Knee surgery is one of the most painful, taken out of my other surgery, and, you know, the girl, you know, she almost slipped and, like, fucking cut my balls and shit like that. Almost, like, slipped and stabbed him. It's like, Jesus, you know? So that's what's going on in my life, folks. Car dates, caught with my pants fucking down, divorce court, stone fucking judges, stone fucking dentists, camping out on dental floors, and, of course, playing musical fucking houses. And, you know, I had a bunch of Bigfoot articles, but I'm going to start composing more articles to discuss later in the show. And, you know, when I asked for a 420 Princess, I didn't mean a 420 Priss. But, man, you just meet these girls and they're like, where's the smoke? When's the smoke coming out, you know? Or whatever. This girl's like, smoke come out. This girl's like, when are we smoking? It wasn't even when are we smoking. You smoking now? I was like, because see, us hippie people, you know, we do like to smoke over and over and over. You know how it is, like you'll smoke a bowl and you'll smoke another bowl and you'll smoke a joint and then you'll try the bong and everything else. But when it comes to meeting other people, I found out that in Vegas, the one way girls try to get guys is they sit there and they wear something skimpy. It's the best act on earth. You come over a guy's house, you want to smoke weed, and they wear something revealing, so you turn on and you smoke them out. But these girls are like, they're worse, they're mad smokers. They smoke more than Mike Digital or myself. You know, these girls are like, they can hit 3-4 guys' houses in a day. and smoking 4 bowls apiece at each guy's fucking house, you know. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to play a song by Winter's Throw, and I'm going to wrap up the show tonight. I was actually looking for something. I had written something down, so bear with me as I try to go through it. But if you guys, going back while I'm looking for this, if you guys watch Flapjack, Captain Knuckles, he eats a bunch of hot dogs, you know, candy-coated hot dogs, because they're looking for, like, Candyland or whatever. But anyways, it's a sadistic cartoon, and he eats a bunch of hot dogs and he explodes, and they show the hot dog hitting the guy's face in slow motion. Everybody gets blasted with hot dogs from his fucking belly. He's just like, it fucking explodes everywhere, you know? And I was like, I'm like Captain Knuckles, you know? A life for me is, you know, a pirate's life is a life for me, yo-ho, and all this fucking shit. And basically it's just pirates, you know, what pirates do. They fucking jump on board and they take your loot and everything else. And they just sleep on the streets. And I thought, man, I'm like a goddamn fucking pirate here, you know? And I thought, am I going to be one of these guys that has to sit on the thruway and hold a sign and be like, help me, my knee is bad. You know what I mean? Just, that's what they do. They have, like, guys, VA, you know, they're like vet, American vet, and you got some guy strolling around, he's got no legs, he's in his fucking wheelchair, you know, holding out a tin can. And those people, like, make $500 a day. They make more money than you and I make on our professional jobs or little under-the-table jobs that we do, you know? I had almost taken a job to send out resumes from somebody, but then I almost took a photography job recently too, because, you know, as I get better, or as I try to get better, I was really hoping to find something, and it's very hard in Sin City. I found out that in Sacramento, it's really booming out there right now, although California is hurting in the fact that unless Schwarzenegger, he has taken everything away from everybody to cut the deficit, and they've cut a lot of government programs. So California is kind of bad, but California is good. I found out that it's booming so much, in fact, that it seems like almost 1 out of every 5 people I talk to in Vegas are moving there. And on a normal street in Las Vegas, there's about 5 to 6 foreclosed homes. They've never seen so many foreclosures in their life. So, you know, Vegas is just, it's a dying place. It's not what it fucking used to be. You know, it's not, man. And I used to live here many years ago. You know, I used to be the guy to ride my bicycle to strip joints and everything else. But anyways, you know, there's a game called Ring Around the Rosie. But I play Ring Around the Housey. Pockets full of fucking bullshit. Homeless, we all starve. You ever hear that fucking poem? Well, now you have. And I've noticed something on Craigslist. If you post an ad and they do not realize that you are a female. I got told today by an old ad, you are not a female, we are not interested. I don't realize, people don't realize this, but if you are a parent with kids, what is the difference between a male and a female? Because generally men who have custody of their kids or take their kids are generally great fucking guys to be able to take on that responsibility. And of course, being a radio show host, I'm honest with people. I'm a talk show host, I'm a Ghostbuster, I document things, I write about them, I talk about them, you know, this is what I do. And you know, the thing is that some people are like, we want a girl, we want a female. And of course, you know, it's guys telling me this because guys think, hey, you know, maybe if I let this female move in, we'll miraculously fall in love, get married at the chapel on fucking Fremont Street and live happily ever after. And life just don't work that way. And people are starting to find out that just because you have a female roommate, man, does not mean you're going to be living in a good situation. My current roommate, which had moved out and vacated this house, had actually told me that all the females he's ever had live with him were crazy. One used to fucking threaten him with a knife, put it in the pocket and be like, I'm going to get you, you know? And then she had another female that like left the door wide open one day and took her shit and ran. Oh yeah, you know. So I'm just thinking, you know, good luck with finding that female. She'll probably be a meth cracked out fucking bitch and steal your shit one day, call her boyfriend over with her truck, steal your shit.
Wow, that's just an amazing song. You know, some of the stuff we play seems gothic, but it's actually pretty hard rock.
like my default. I fear I cannot let you go. No forgiveness, no peace, no respite in the least, just the rain and the cold and the grey. No repentance, no grace in this terrible place that I'm going to take it away. Destiny embraces me in arms as cold as snow. Kisses me, caresses me. Nothing is time to go. Brush me like dirt, I am worthless and must be despised. I suffocate slowly and surely, sucked under by my own life. No forgiveness or peace, no